All right, I'd like to convene the Single Family Design Board for December 6, 2021. May I have roll call, please?
Thank you. I'll start roll call. Chair Miller.
Here.
Vice Chair Kalas.
Here.
Board Member Arakalian.
Here.
Board Member Klein.
Here.
Board Member Motisha.
Here.
And Board Member Ziegler. Board Member Ziegler. What?
Here.
Thank you.
Hey.
This is stupid.
Thank you. We have a quorum.
All right, thank you. Moving on to item A, public comment. Any member of the public may address the board for up to 2 minutes on any subject within the jurisdiction that is not scheduled on this agenda for the public for public discussion. Ms. Burkhart, do we have anyone that would like to speak?
Thank you, Chair Miller. If you are attending by webinar and would like to comment on an item not on today's agenda, please raise your hand by clicking the hand icon located at the bottom of this screen. You can also follow the directions on screen. Ms. Fennessy, while we wait for hands, was there any written correspondence for items not on today's agenda?
Thank you, Ms. Burkhart. We received one public comment letter from Gita L. Labrans, and that was distributed to the board prior to this meeting. As of right now, I don't see any hands for any of the attendees, so back to you.
Yes, I actually have a question regarding public comment. Does the public comment also include people on this board, or is it strictly for people from not on this board?
Chair Miller, public comment does not typically include board members. If you feel there's something you want to say, you can say it during the announcement period.
Okay.
So.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and move on to item B and move for approval of the minutes of the Single Family Design meeting for November 22nd, 2021. May I have an action for approval, please? Motion for approval, please.
I'll move.
May I have a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you. Let's go through the items, please. Okay, item number 1, 36 Rincon Road, Rincon Vista Road.
I have a question on this item.
Yes.
So this is a question for staff or perhaps the city attorney. I'm wondering why we have straw votes that are being memorialized in our meeting minutes. Based on my history with meeting minutes from the city, the motion is what is typically memorialized, and the action taken, if there are just comments requested as part of a conceptual design or something of that nature, those would be recorded. But I don't know what the intent or whether it is desirable to have straw votes memorialized in the meeting minutes. And I think it's an important question for the city attorney, because this would directly relate to conversations that would occur in an appeal condition. So I don't know if somebody from staff can address that.
Thank you, Vice Chair Kalas. That is a question I would need to research and follow up with. I'm not sure if Ms. Unzueta wants to speak to that.
Yes, Mr. Chair and board members, I believe that we included the straw votes simply to memorialize the conversation that was had at the SFDB meeting. But I agree with you, Board Member Kalas, that we need to check with the city attorneys on how we should handle that, whether those should be included. We understand that the motion is actually what was voted on in terms of consensus.
Yeah, my concern is that the whole point of a straw vote is that it's a straw vote, and we're memorializing it here, which is a little bit at odds with the nature of a straw vote. So if somebody could please check into that before these are finalized and get back to the board, I would appreciate that.
Yes, you can go ahead and maybe table this particular item of this, of these minutes or the entire minutes if you'd like, while we check.
Okay,
Oh.
thank you.
Okay, you brought up an interesting thing. I've never had this happen before. So what is the process if I want to table this particular project?
Well, what I meant, in other words, you wouldn't take action on these minutes today. And we would bring them back to you the following meeting with a response.
Okay, should I make a motion to postpone these minutes till next meeting? And have a count, a vote?
That
guess.
would be up to your board.
Up to my board. Okay.
I mean, that would be, if there's a vote, if you'd like to make a motion and there's a second and the vote is to postpone the approval of the minutes till the next meeting, that would be what would occur.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to postpone the approval of these November 22nd, 2021 minutes until we meet again. Do I have a second?
I second that.
May I have a roll call, please?
Thank you. I'll start the roll call vote. Vice Chair Kalas,
Yes?
Board Member Arakalian,
Yes.
Board Member Klein,
Yes.
Board Member Motisha,
Yes.
Board Member Ziegler,
Yes.
and Chair Miller.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
All right. That's interesting. All right, thank you. So let's move on to item C, approval of the consent calendar for November 29th. May I have a motion for approval, please?
I'll make a motion.
Thank you. May I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Ms. Burkhardt, can we go through the items, please?
Yes. Item 1 was for 26 American Avenue, and the action was for final approval. Item B was for 1515 Santa Rosa Avenue, and the action was for project design approval. And item C was 922 Roble Lane. The action was for project design approval, and the reviewer was Board Member Klein.
All right, thank you. May I have a roll call, please?
Thank you. I'll start roll call. Vice Chair Kalas,
Yes?
Board Member Arakalian,
Yes.
Board Member Klein,
Yes.
Board Member Motisha,
Yes.
Board Member Ziegler,
Yes.
and Chair Miller.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Okay, moving on to today, December 6th, 2021 for the consent calendar. May I have a motion for approval, please?
I'll move.
May I have a second?
I'll second.
All right, thank you. Ms. Burkhardt, can we go through the items, please?
Yes, item A was for 3005 Paseo del Refugio. The action was for project design approval and final approval. Item B was for 1330 San Miguel. The action was for project design approval and final approval. And item C was for 743 Litchfield Lane, and the action was an approval of a review after final approval. The reviewers were Board Members Klein and Motisha.
All right, thank you very much. May I have a roll call, please?
Thank you. I'll start roll call vote. Vice Chair Kalas,
Yes?
Board Member Arakalian,
Yes.
Board Member Klein,
Yes.
Board Member Motisha,
Yes.
Board Member Ziegler,
Yes.
and Chair Miller.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
All right, thank you. Moving on to item D, announcements, requests by applicants for continuances and withdrawals, future agenda items, and appeals. Ms. Burkhardt, do we have any of those items?
Thank you, Chair Miller. We do not have any items, any of those items today.
Okay, great. Thank you. And I do believe we do not have any subcommittee reports at this time.
I'd like to also say that I have to step down for item 4. I'm part of the applicant team.
Okay. Thank you. Okay,
And I would like to,
yes,
I would like to step down for item 3 due to conflict of interest.
okay.
Thank you. And Chair Miller, there are no subcommittee reports this week.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we're ready to move on to our first item on the agenda. Item number 1 is 1218 Shoreline Drive. Do we have anyone here to represent the project? And before we go on, let me read into the record. Proposal to demolish the existing single unit residence and construct a new 2,844 square foot, 2-story single unit residence with a basement level and a new detached accessory building comprised of a 403 square foot, 2-car garage and 420 square foot accessory dwelling unit. Above, project includes new hardscape and landscape improvements. The proposed total of 2,356 square feet on a 5,676 square foot lot is 90% of the maximum required floor to lot area ratio. Planning Commission review and approval of a coastal development permit is required. This is a new item for concept review only. No final appeal action will be taken at this hearing. Project will require neighborhood preservation findings and to be made for project design approval. Do we have a representative for this project?
Yes, Tom Oxner.
Welcome, Tom. If you'd like to show us your project.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, I would. Thank you. So, yeah, I think maybe we could jump maybe to the next page. That'll probably give us a good understanding of where we are. I think most everyone's familiar with this area. This is along Shoreline, right across from one of the central parking lots. This property was purchased by a family, and their ultimate design goal was to develop a house that embraces the activity on Shoreline and orients as much of the primary living space in good proximity visually and access-wise to the street. By the way, I also have, I think, the landscape architect, Chuck McClure, on standby, and then my associate, Liz Hughes, is here to help me if I misspeak on anything. So in what we did, the parcels under 6,000 square feet, we looked at the neighborhood very closely and determined that there could be some support for us to go a little above the 85%. The difference between our project is a proposed 2-story residence with a basement below, and the design is about maximizing the exposure to Shoreline. So the owners wanted to push the garage back with an ADU above it, and then that allows a little more exposure to Shoreline. The program itself then causes a bit of a restricted ground level floor plan. And so the idea, the difference between 85 and 90% here is about 130 square feet. And that area really goes a long way to pull off a 3-bedroom house. The house would only nets out at under 2,400 square feet. And that includes the garage. But so of the 20 closest homes here to our parcel, 5 of them are above 85%. And this exhibit here shows that. And I've got the addresses here more clearly. We've got 1210 Shoreline, 1216 Shoreline, and then 3 on Del Oro, which immediately is behind Shoreline, parallels Shoreline here. Next slide. This was a good opportunity because we felt it was a bit of an infill. There's been some development on Shoreline. We looked at the existing homes on either side, 2 on either side, and we studied what a good compatible response might be. And so we've got, the idea was to introduce a soft siding, we're proposing a simulated shingle siding, working with the height and massing that we've got along there, but then also adding some diversity. The floor plan itself really wants to have a center stairway that goes up and down. And that allows us to articulate the cupola element, which is a clear story four-sided that floods light down onto that stairway core. And we've got the first floor ceiling would be 9 feet, which is compatible with other structures in the area. And then the second floor plate height is 8.6. We chose a low pitch shed roof. I like shed roofs in these tight residential areas. They reduce the profile of the building and they're compatible with what's out there for the most part. So the top row shows the existing structure, and then the lower one shows what our project would look like injected contextually into that streetscape. Next slide. The existing site is relatively featureless. It does have a rise of about 2 feet towards the back of the property. And then there's a large hedge on the westerly side of the property that provides privacy screening. We've reached out to the immediate neighbors, and it's never a great thing when a 1-story goes to a 2-story, but we've tried to justify and do the things that we thought made sense. The existing curb cut is something that is a relatively big investment onto the site, and so we chose to keep the curb cut on the westerly side of the property and use that access way to get to the garage that is being proposed in the back. These are photos of the site. We can come back to these. Next slide. And then these are neighborhood images of the park and the streetscape. It's the views, the best views are obviously looking out to the south towards the ocean, and those are what the owners want to embrace. Next slide. So this is the survey. We can come back, but it shows a slight slope. It gets most of the slope occurs at the back of the property. This is a tier 3 project, of course, and so Chuck can speak to that. Next slide. We may want to go right past the landscape for now, and I could comment. So if we go past the landscape plan, and then I can just kind of comment on the site plan here. So the site plan, and just some clarification on the solar access diagram. The solar sensitive property line is the rear property line that backs up to Del Oro. And this is consistent with some of the other homes that have been developed and made a determination it's close, but the easterly property line is not a solar line. If we back out to the site plan, we can see that that there's a little patio area that's off the living space that we're trying to differentiate from the entry experience. But again, combining the entry with that patio is kind of the lifestyle that these owners want to pursue. So the house kind of opens up to the front and invites people out to hang out there and to say hi to passerbyers. And then the driveway would be broken up, and then the garage would be set back, abiding with the setbacks, and then the ADU. So that garage is 20 by 20, and it sits down as low as we can get it so that it still has fall to shoreline. Next slide. Okay, so there's a basement down below, which helps take care of some of the program that the owners want. You can see the stairway is in the core of the footprint. Next slide. And the main level plans, it puts the living space, the public living space out towards the street, and it's kind of pushed in by all sides with setbacks and open yard and driveway clearances and side yard setbacks. So it's about as it's fairly restricted. Next slide. And the second floor features a master bedroom, facing the ocean with some relief lower roofs towards the front, and one guest bedroom, and then a shared loft common space that the stairway empties into. Next slide. And this is just the roof plan. Next slide. The ADU, so we've got the garage. We put the access to the ADU on the west side, just a minimum 20 by 20 garage. We've got a deck on the second floor, which is about, it's 10.5 feet from the westerly property line. It's only a 4-foot deep deck. There is a very tall hedge on that west side. So I don't think the privacy issue is a real concern on this one. Next slide. And so it's the south elevation, trying to break it up as much as we can and work with some of the neighborhood forms. Hardy shingle siding, white clad windows. We've got the white trim, and then the big doors on the front that open to the living space. And that portion is pushed in a little bit so we can get a deep extension for the roof. We only get 2 feet projections into these front yard setbacks, so it makes it a bit difficult to extend that south overhang. But I think the forms seem to work well with the neighboring structures. Next slide. And then it's the rear, the north elevation, and then we've got the south. The ADU, yeah, thank you. The ADU's features that 4-foot deep balcony right above the garage, maximize some of the windows looking south. And we've reduced the windows on the north side, trying to step the roof down the best that we can to reduce its profile. I think that about does it. If Chuck's here, I would invite him to go through his landscape plan.
Mr. Oshner, I don't see that name. I see a couple of phone numbers though, so I'm not sure who those folks are.
No one's raising their hand?
No one is raising their hand.
Okay, well, let's go back to the landscape plan, and I'm not really prepared to talk much about it except for the general design of it.
Will you
yeah.
remind me what page the landscape plan is on?
Yes, it would be, the number of PDFs would be, the numbering system is a little weird on this. 5, it would be 6, I think it's 7, hold on. 4, 5, yeah. 7 PDFs into the string. There it is. So, well, we've got permeable pavers that should handle our tier 3 along with maybe some other minor features as we get that far. We've got a rear yard area, which joins up with the back bedroom. But the feature here again is the entry area with a patio with a very subtle screening between the sidewalk, low screening because the interaction is important, and a little bit of definition between that space and the entry experience that I think will be a little sensitive to pull off, but I think we can do it. And that's the general, the hedges around the back of the property line will be in discussion with the neighbors more and see how high they want to be. But this is the existing curb cut is there, and I see we've got some landscaping proposed for along the sidewalk as well on the south side. Okay, I think that if Chuck's not here, that'll conclude our presentation.
Tom, this is Liz. I just talked to Chuck and he is going to jump in, but he could probably just be available for questions if we don't want to wait for him right now.
Okay, let's take that approach. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, great. So if that concludes your presentation, we can move into public comment. If you are attending by webinar and would like to comment on this item, please raise your hand by clicking the hand icon located at the bottom of your screen. And while we wait for hands, Ms. Fennessy, did we receive any written correspondence for this item?
Thank you. We did not receive any written correspondence for this item. And I see one, never mind. There's no attendees with their hands raised. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So Chair Miller, I'll hand it back to you for questions. I do apologize. I forgot at the beginning of this item to introduce Pilar Plummer. She is a case planner on this project, and she is here with us should you have questions for her.
All right, thank you. Before we have questions, I see Mr. McClure showed up. Did you want to say anything?
I just wanted to let you know that I'm here and I can answer questions about the landscape site plan.
Okay, great. All right, thank you.
Okay.
All right. So going to questions, I'll go to Vice Chair Kalas. Do you have any questions, please? Where'd you go?
I'm here. I'm sorry, I was muted. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, hi.
Okay, hi. The presentation is pretty clear. I don't have a lot of questions. I guess I have two questions. One question is, and it may be that Mr. Oshner already answered this in his presentation, but I guess I'm just wondering, so the purpose of the cupola is just to bring light into sort of the central stairwell area. Is that right, Mr. Oshner?
Well, it's twofold. It's primarily to bring light into the core of the house, but it's also we tried to look at it carefully so that it added an interesting architectural element to kind of create a little diversity along that streetscape.
Okay. Is there a particular reason why you did choose to, or the owners chose, or you chose to go to a standing seam metal rather than like an asphalt shingle? It looks like on the streetscape that you've given us for context, it looks like there's kind of a mix of both. And I mean, traditionally this type of house, which is kind of more of a craftsman cottage, I'll call it, or a bungalow, I think it would have had a different type of roofing. So I'm just wondering why you've elected to go with the standing seam.
So yes, good question. So the standing seam was a request of the owners, and it did have some, it was substantiated along that corridor. So that's it. I agree with you. A dimensional comp would also go well on this house. Yeah.
And then the last question is for Mr. McClure, and it's related to the large tree. I'm sure I'll slaughter the name of it, but I'll try it. It's a Melaleuca nesophila, I think, or nesophilia.
Right.
How large will that tree get? I'm just wondering how that will relate to the scale of the house.
That's just a very small scale tree. So that's probably going to be just in, 10 years, maybe 10 feet tall. It's just it's a tree that likes the coastal condition. And so we just need a smallish form there because there's tremendous views, of course, to the ocean. And we have a tremendous palm present in the parkway. Those are multi-trunk Mexican fans on either side of the right and left at the sidewalk. So those are much more substantial in reality than they show in plan view.
Okay, so if I were to look at the front elevation of the home relative to that, the tree that you're proposing, the crown of that tree might come up to like at maximum growth, maybe the top of the lower roof line brow or just slightly above that. So it would
maybe
sit
slightly
the
above
sill
it.
on the second floor window.
You're in the right range, yes.
Okay, those were the only questions that I had. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Board Member Arakalian, do you have any questions, please?
I do. I'm on page 1 with the FAR calculator. Does the calculation include the ADU on that? I'm sorry if you brought it up already.
So the FAR calculation does not include the ADU. No, I don't think that's the standard practice of it. No.
Okay. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Mr. Oshner, we do require ADU. Well, maybe not in the coastal zone though.
Thank you. Ms. Burkhardt, I can speak to that.
Okay,
So
thank you.
because this property is in the coastal zone jurisdiction, it's still under state legislation, and we do not count an accessory dwelling unit as part of the FAR calculation. If it was in the inland area, we would count it, but because it's specifically in the coastal zone, it's exempt from that calculation.
Chair Miller, I think this is a point that merits some significant discussion with staff.
Okay.
I think as a board, it's difficult, and this is not to speak to this particular project, but when we're comparing projects relative to FAR, at least from our standpoint as board, it would be much easier to have consistency as to whether these are included or aren't included. And I understand that there's some state legislation that's probably driving this, but this would be a good topic of conversation to put on an agenda and have a conversation about, I think.
Thank you, Board Member Colas. And just to clarify as well, so as you may know, the city does have our own local ordinance dedicated to accessory dwelling units that's being implemented in the inland areas of the city. As part of the process to have it effective in the coastal zone, that needs to be accepted by Planning Commission. At this time, it hasn't been. It's still in the process. So as I said, we're still under state legislation for accessory dwelling units. And that doesn't include FAR. It doesn't include the FAR calculation for properties in the coastal zone. Ultimately, it will once that is approved by the Coastal Commission and Planning Commission for properties in the coastal zone.
This is a really interesting point from a planning perspective, because if the 85% is still going to be the recommendation and then that's implemented, then those who come after are going to be at a disadvantage relative to those who are coming through the process now. So I think it merits a larger conversation.
Okay. Yeah, it's the legislation coming in from Sacramento regarding all these changes. It's hard to keep up, and I think both those design boards and city jurisdictions that deal with this, it's a constant, almost a moving target. But anyway, okay, I move on to and Ohan or Board Member Arkelian, that was a very good question regarding the FAR, because that was one of my questions as well. So that was a valid question. Board Member Klein, do you have any questions, please? Is she here?
Sorry, I was muted. Yes, I'm here. I have a question. Can you confirm if any trees are being removed?
No, there's no trees to be removed.
Great. And then have you thought about stormwater at all? And
there's going to be a civil on this project, so that we're going to hand the whole schmear over to civil, though the driveway is permeable. So, the driveway can serve as permeable. The owner likes pavers. So if the civil would like to do storage under the driveway, that's available, but the civil's going to get into that, not me.
Got it. Okay. It's pretty early on, but yeah, they could do permeable pavers, but it sounds like they don't necessarily want that. But
no, they're fine with it. They've done it before. No, they like it.
Got it. Okay, those are my only questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Board Member Motisha, do you have any questions, please?
No, I don't.
Okay. Board Member Ziegler, do you have any questions?
Yeah, I do. Could we see the south side of the building again? My question is regarding that. Oh, I guess I want to see the face of it.
The south exterior elevation. is
Yes,
what's
south,
missing.
yeah, right.
Page
Almost at the
14 of
end.
the
It's
PDF.
2 pages from the end. Yeah,
Okay.
Maybe.
Okay, that's the ADU.
It's page 14
Well, I'm not
of the
finding it.
PDF.
I'm not seeing it here. I see the south elevation. of
Yeah,
the
it's,
garage.
Wait, which page?
It's the
it's
main
sheet
house.
A6.1.
The
It's
main
third
house,
from
yeah.
the end.
It's page 14 of the PDF.
There it is.
Yeah. I guess I'm kind of curious about that front door. It doesn't seem, I understand what you're trying to do, but it doesn't seem very prominent in the design of the building. And I'm wondering if it could be made more, the front door is to welcome people. And this just looks like it's a side door, a kitchen door. I'm not sure if I'm making my point very well.
Yeah, so it's funny you bring that up because that is a change that we're looking at. The idea is to do side lights and transoms around that to embellish it more. So yes, that's exactly on our to-do list. Thank you.
Thank you. That's my question.
All right, thank you. Okay, the couple of questions. What are the plate heights you have for the house and the ADU garage?
Great. So the ceiling height on the main level is 9 feet. And the plate height on the second floor of the main house is 8'6". If you look at the height of this building relative to the buildings around it, that was one of the purposes. It settles in. It's not
Right.
sticks out. And then for the ADU and garage, we've been very sensitive with that. An 8-foot ceiling in the garage. The finished floor is set down as low as we possibly can get it to still slope out to the street. And then the plate height above it for the ADU is 8 feet, and it drops below that in areas that we get a shed to kind of help it. We've really tried to keep that as low as possible.
Perfect, brilliant. Okay, got it, thank you. Do we have purview to review the ADU? I guess that's more of a staff question.
Thank you, Chair Miller. So the accessory dwelling unit, as you know, those are generally treated ministerially. They're not subject to your purview. I will say, as far as the design review criteria, you know that we have a criteria that warrants whether it's ministerial or discretionary. And it meets all of them except for, I believe, just the balcony. So you do have purview over the balcony area.
Okay.
It's an upper story balcony, greater than 20 square feet and located within 15 feet of the interior lot line. It doesn't face the adjoining property, but there is, don't believe there's any screening proposed with that balcony. So that would be subject to your purview.
Okay, thank you. Okay, those were my only questions. So I'll bring it back to the board for comments. Vice Chair Kalas, do you have any comments, please?
Just a couple. I generally feel like the massing of the home sits well within its context, and I think that applicant has done a good job of expressing that through their presentation with the streetscape. I agree with Mr. Ziegler's comments or questions about the front door and that the front door should be something unique. I am not very fond of what appears to be I guess I'll call it a stainless steel railing. It doesn't seem to meet it doesn't seem to match the character of the home. I mean, really, this is kind of a bungalow craftsman style cottagey architecture that we're looking at. And that's just not the same type of handrail that we would see in that home. We would probably typically see a wood handrail. I can appreciate why that's being used here because I'm sure there's a desire to maintain views and but I would like to see something that's more in keeping with the nature of the style of the house. And I would also prefer to see a composition shake or shingle on the roof. That's also more in keeping with the style of the home. And then I guess that same comment would apply to the guardrail on the ADU, since that appears to have a metal guardrail also on that deck. Those are my only comments. I like the color scheme. I think it's nice and soft. I was a little bit on the fence about the cupola, but I think it can be successful if it's treated properly. I don't know if the material, I haven't looked closely at what the material of that is. It would be nice to see if it were trimmed out in some sort of casework as opposed to a plaster element. I'd prefer to see something like that. Those are my only comments.
All right, thank you. Board Member Arakalian, do you have any comments, please?
I do. Want to thank the applicant for the first few pages, the site analysis and the street perspectives. Those were helpful in my study of this project. I do not believe the cupola is aesthetically appropriate for the streetscape, so I would not be in support of that. As much as I am in support of the shingles, there's a strong amount of standing seam along the streetscape. So in terms of neighborhood compatibility, there's a lot of buildings in this style that are following the metal roof. So I'm pretty torn upon it. But once you submit a color and material board, and it looks like the color's a bit clear here, I would like the roofing to be in an earth tone, neutral tone, whatever the final color will be. In terms of the FAR, I would rather have it be despite what is on the street being above 85%. I would like it to be 85%. There may have been developments that have predated border reviews that may have allowed it, but would like to hear input from other board members around that. I'm on the landscaping sheet L1, on page 7 of the PDF. So I have been looking at the ADU balcony and would like if the applicant can study screening to the adjacent home at the west, maybe some kind of screening along the property line for that. I am in support of Board Member Ziegler's comments and the applicant's thoughts about the front door side lights and transoms. I believe the side lights and transoms would be aesthetically appropriate. And then I'm in support of Vice Chair Colos's comments. I believe a different railing material should be studied that would be more aesthetically appropriate to the style. And those are my comments. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Board Member Klein, do you have any comments, please?
Yes, I think the project aesthetically fits within the neighborhood and fits with size, bulk, and scale. The elevation was very helpful of the street. The materials are high quality and fit the neighborhood. Aesthetically, I do agree that a shake or shingle roof would go better with the style of architecture. And I think the landscape selection is appropriate, low water, and works within the coastal zone. And as you move forward with stormwater, I highly recommend permeable pavers to help with your calcs. Those are my comments.
Great, thank you. Board Member Motisha, do you have any comments, please?
Yes, I think that I agree with a couple of comments made prior to Mr. Ziegler's comment about the door. I think something should be done to the door to give the house a little bit more. It would change the bulk, the size and the bulk of the front elevation if that door was detailed a little bit more, with a little bit more emphasis on drawing the public to that front door. I also agree that the comment made about the standing seam roof, and I realize there's quite a few on that street that have been changed to standing seam roof, but I think the standing seam roof here kind of takes our guidelines and gives it a more boxy feeling rather than a more style that you're trying to incorporate. I would support more an asphalt roof rather than the standing seam. Yeah, that's all. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Board Member Ziegler, do you have any comments, please?
Yeah, I like the style of the house, including, I think the cupola really does add a nice height element to it and breaks it up really nicely. So that would be my comment, that I'm in favor of the cupola. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Yeah, I looking at this house, it kind of reminds me of the old styled homes you'd see built in New Orleans in the 1860s, actually. I think it's a beautiful design. And the cupola was always included for the very plantation type homes for the allowance of heat to escape up into the outside. And that was their way because they didn't have air conditioning. And a lot of the old homes, they used to have gas lights up there that they'd turn on so that it would increase the heat to rise up and escape into the house. So I see that as actually an appropriate addition, plus the fact that it looks very attractive. I like the fanciful aspect of it. I'm struggling with the standing metal seam roof. I think it's actually appropriate because they actually built houses of that style with metal roofs because they had hurricanes and they would, rip the traditional shake shingles off. However, a standard asphalt shingle would be fine, or another type of slate shingle would be beautiful as well. So otherwise, I think the plate heights are appropriate. I really appreciate, Mr. Oshner, the fact that you drew houses in a line so you have an easy visual look of how it, the scale of it compared to the other homes. It makes our job much easier. So I think these drawings are done really well. And I also love your floor plan. I think it's a great floor plan. So those are my only comments. So they're here for comments only. And I also agree with Board Member Kloss about the railings. I think studying that as a more appropriate style and conducive with that style of home would be, should be studied a little more. With that being said, would someone like to entertain a motion?
And Chair Miller, just before you go into your motion, as you noted, this is the first concept meeting for this project.
Yes.
And as was noted in the agenda, it does require Planning Commission review of a coastal development permit. So one question I would like the board to think on in their motion is whether or not they want to see the project before it goes to Planning Commission, or if you're comfortable with it as is, then you can continue it indefinitely to the Planning Commission. In the time between this meeting and that meeting, we'll be doing our internal review to make sure it meets all the ordinance requirements, but just whether or not you want to see it again before it goes to Planning Commission. Thank you.
All right, thank you. With that being said, would someone be willing to entertain a motion? Like I said, it's only comments only.
I'll give it a go.
All right, thank you.
I'd like to make a motion with the following comments: that the project to be continued indefinitely to Planning Commission, without coming back to single family with the following comments: that it's aesthetically fits within the neighborhood aesthetic, and it also fits in size, bulk, and scale, that the materials are high quality. We would consider studying the roof material and also the railing material to be more traditional with wood or shingle or shake roof. And the landscape selection is appropriate, and also to study the door selection.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Would the maker of the motion like to clarify the door selection being the front door?
Yes, the front door.
Okay.
We also include the, not, you've left with the feeling that, oh, they're just going to change the door. I think the whole entry needs to be reworked rather than just a different door.
What do you mean by the entry?
From what you look out from the outside, could be a bigger, a profound entry, or something with some bigger roof on it, or some side lights, or something that makes it more conducive to finding the front door, rather than, as somebody quoted, a side door that doesn't invite.
Understood. I will modify the comment to be: the applicant shall study the front entry to be more pronounced, and including the whole entryway, the door and overhang included.
Thank you.
Would the maker of the motion consider adding to study screening along the west property line due to the EDU balcony?
Sure, I'll add that the applicant should come back with the landscape plan, just justifying any screening needed from the neighbor for privacy.
Thank you.
Who is the seconder of the motion?
I second it, and I agree with those seconding statements.
Okay, great. Thank you. May I have a roll call, please?
Thank you. I'll start the roll call vote. Vice Chair Kloss,
Yes.
Board Member Ara Kellyan,
Yes.
Board Member Klein,
Yes.
Board Member Motisha,
Yes.
Board Member Ziegler,
Yes.
and Chair Miller.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. I think we're ready to move on. Item 2, 1135 Harbor Hills Lane. This is a new item for concept review. Proposed for a 315 square foot addition to a lower level and a 779 square foot addition at the basement level of an existing 2,492 square foot two-story single unit residence. The proposal includes removal of all existing wood siding to replace with stucco, and replacement of all windows and doors, exterior deck additions with new railings, and the replacement of existing roof tile with metal roofing are also proposed. The total 3,571 square foot of development on a 15,422 square foot lot is 82% of the maximum guide floor to lot area ratio. No final appealable action will be taken at this hearing. Project will require neighborhood preservation findings and hillside design district and slope lot findings to be made for project design approval. Do we have a representative for this project?
Yes, Mr. Chair, Clay Arel's here from AB Design Studio, and with me is Maritza Best. I believe she's on as well.
Welcome, Mr. Arel and Ms. Best, if you'd like to go through your project.
We would. Thank you. Our project is up on the hill, Harbor Hills, above La Marina. If you want to zoom in on the vicinity map at the bottom right, that might help orient where we're sitting, sort of at the end of the road. As Harbor Hills, as you come, if you take La Coronilla all the way to the end and hit Harbor Hills, you take a left, you go down the hill, and then you take a right. There's another Harbor Hills lane. and it's the house kind of at the end. So it has kind of a nice view, promontory looking out to the channel, and below it is La Marina. It's on a hillside lot. So if you zoom out, please, we'll go to the next slide. Now here's the project or the property. The home here in the upper middle image is the downhill side of the house. Our project, if you want to zoom in on that or not, is fine. Our project is a considerable amount of interior remodel and reorganization of the home. In addition to that, there's a very large understory that you can see in image 5. If you don't mind zooming in on that. Yeah, great. Perfect. So a lot of what we're doing is a cleanup. So as I mentioned, a lot of interior reorganization, remodeling that impacts windows, window locations, etc. And there's a understory that you see at the bottom below that lower level deck. And that understory had a permit for an interior office, and somebody bootlegged a bathroom in there at one point. And so we're going to recapture some of that space and create a lower floor for the homeowner that'll have a fitness area, a guest room, and a few other things that we'll look at on the plans. This middle level here will be the bedrooms, the master bedrooms, and the kids' bedrooms, and then the upper floor will remain as the main living areas and kitchen areas. But just a couple of things while we're here. That hot tub you see there is going to be removed and replaced. The structure it's sitting on is falling apart, and we will add a deck off the lower floor, basement expansion. And then there's a couple other areas where we're doing some structural retrofitting, and there's a couple cantilevers that aren't supported properly, so we're going to be filling those in underneath on the far side of this image. And then there's a little bit of addition to the middle level on the uphill side that we'll show you as well. So, but ultimately, the railings will change, the doors and windows will change around, new roof, and that's the scope of the project. So I'll go through the other drawings if you want to zoom out. And I'll just point to a couple of things on this photo montage here. The middle right photo, context photo number 1 is the approach from the street. That's the garage. So it's pretty, from the street, it's a 1-story house, but downhill, it's not. There's a little bit of work. We're going to relocate the front door, and we're going to put a new garage door in and expand the entry deck a little bit on the front. So that's just it kind of helps to look at it in the photograph first, and then we'll dig into it. We can zoom out and go to the next slide, please. Here's just a view of what we're seeing from the street, just some more context photos. Again, on the upper right, you can see how the road kind of comes down into this cul-de-sac, and our house is the house with the red roof. It's not a mission style roof. It's actually a tin shaped odd roof. Something I've rarely seen, but it's in pretty bad shape. So we're going to be removing that. We'll go to the next slide, please. So our site plan here, if we zoom into the building area. Yeah, that's great. So you can see where the hot tub is below. We're removing that. We have our open yard located in here to the right of it. The driveway is not changing. The driveway apron is not changing. It's hard to read all this, but there's a bunch of pathways down the east side that we'll be fixing and connecting. And then the front entry's deck will get a little bit bigger. Next slide, please. I'm working off a laptop, so everything's tiny on my side. So the proposed site plan shows some of the deck extension on the east side. I'm sorry, yeah, east side, the left side of the screen, the lower level deck down below, and some extension of the front deck in front of the house. Most of that won't be visible from the street other than the deck along the front and the new entry door. Next slide, please. So we have demo floor plans on the right and proposed floor plan on the left. And this is for the lower level or the basement level. It's not technically a basement, but that's what everybody keeps calling it. And you can see on the floor plan number 1 that there's some existing areas that had been, actually that office area had been permitted at one point. And then somebody bootlegged a bathroom. So we're just gonna take the left side of that and reprogram it. And then to the north on drawing 2, we're dropping a stair down from the entry, and that'll connect the floors together. So that'll stack all the way up to the entry level. And then we got some mechanical crawl space areas and so forth. So there's a fitness area, a bathroom, a small office, and a guest room. Next slide, please. This is the lower level plan. So the middle level of the house on the right is the existing demo floor plan. On the left is how we're reorganizing it. We're not adding any square footage on this level per se, but we're just reorganizing the interior. So lots of doors and windows are moving or being changed from a window to slider. Next slide, please. Upper level plan, again, we can see on the right is existing / demo, on the left is proposed. No changes to the garage, it's going to remain. The kitchen is being remodeled, but it looks like our cabinets and whatnot haven't been included in there unless it got turned off. And then there's a small bedroom on the right-hand side of the upper level that we're gonna maintain, and just reorganizing the entry and so forth. And we'll go to the next slide, please. I think we should be close to elevations. Okay, so we have existing, let me see if I can make this bigger on my side. Yeah, okay, so we have existing elevation, north elevation number 1, and then number 2 is the proposed elevation. So we're cutting through the driveway on both of these. So you can see new garage door. The area in gray is the area where we're doing work on the proposed. But most of that you don't see from anywhere because it's down below your vantage point from the street. Unless you're standing in their driveway, it's really hard to see any of that with the vegetation. Changes to the front door. We're moving it from the left side to the right side, as shown in the existing versus proposed. Adding a couple windows down below just to bring light into the stairwell in the lower level areas. On the left side of this drawing, we have the east elevation, number 3, existing, and the proposed elevation on the east, number 4. The gray areas where we're doing work and doing some shoring up of the kitchen, which has actually got a structural issue. And you can see some of the decks connecting on the middle level, how it comes up and connects to the little playroom, which is kind of in the middle of elevation 4 on the lower level. And then there's steps that make your way back up to the driveway. There's some there today, but they're in pretty bad shape, so we're replacing those. I think that's it on this slide. Next slide, please. Oh, so these are height studies that we were doing for planning. Just as an aside, we submitted our PLN application in June 30th of this year, and it's taken us nearly 5 months, or it's been 5 months and a week or so to get to this step. And a lot of that had to do with the PLN process and just the lengthy back and forth with planning staff and dealing with height issues. But these are diagrams that planning had asked us to include. The house is, without getting too far in the weeds here on planning and ordinance, the house is actually existing non-conforming in terms of height, it's taller than the height limit of 30 feet. And there's parts of the ordinance that govern what you can and cannot do in those areas. So I'll show you this in another slide, but we were doing these studies to make sure that the areas of improvement were not making the building taller in the areas where it's actually exceeding the height limit. And that's just how it was constructed originally. So we can come back to this if you want, but we can go to the next slide because there's a few more elevations. So existing south elevation, this is probably the most important one on the project, given its exposure, and proposed number 2 on the south. So you can see where we're relocating windows, changing the railings. The lower level on the left of drawing 2 has a new deck, and then the grade is being pulled down a little bit on the right-hand side of the lower level so we can get access out. And we're doing that in an area where we don't have a height limit restriction. So you'll see that on the next slide when we get there. So again, just minor moving around of windows and doors. On the left-hand side is the west elevation. You can see on the uphill side of the home, we're adding on elevation 4, we're adding a little pop out there. That's the laundry room at the lower level. Some changes to doors and windows on that side. We're adding windows where there aren't any because there's some really great views towards the sunset. And then you can see the deck, the lower deck addition on drawing number 4 that we're adding to the lower level. And we'll go to the next slide, please. So these areas in yellow are the areas where the building actually exceeds the height. And so these diagrams we provided for planning and went through that process. And so we're not making any additions or grade changes in those areas that would exacerbate the height of the building to be over 30 feet. So that's what these diagrams are for. Very complicated process we went through to get this through the gauntlet of the PLN process, but we managed to get through it with planning. So next slide, please. I don't know if there is a next slide. Oh, there is. And these were studies we provided planning, and so we included them in the set for their request. These are just plain studies. So existing grade pulled up 30 feet, what's sticking out of it. And you can just see there's the south gable end of the living room on drawing number 3. You see drawing 3 and drawing 1, it kind of pokes out there and sticks out. So those are the areas that were of concern. So we had provided these just at their request. Next slide, please.
Those are all of the slides, but we do have a materials page. Would you like me to navigate to that?
Oh, that'd be great. Thank you. So here's some of the materials that we're proposing on the project. And we've worked around with the owner quite a bit on colors and style. And the home has sort of a latent mid-century modern style to it, at least the living room and the way it's positioned. It has exposed beam ceiling and tongue and groove that you see in the upper right-hand image. That's an existing photograph of that roof that's there today. We're going to maintain that kind of aesthetic. There's a house a couple doors up that has standing seam metal roof, and the owners really liked it. It's sort of in this darker gray color that you see in the upper image, second from the left, excuse me. And then the body of the house we're going to do in a kind of a darker gray color. We're finding that the house is white, and I've driven around the Mesa a bit and looked at it, and it just really stands out as very bright and white. And so we feel like pushing it a little bit more to a darker gray actually makes it disappear a little bit with the landscaping that's around it. And so we like that kind of color palette that kind of makes the house disappear more than standing out. And on the right, lower right, are an example of the railings that we're proposing. The owner's been very concerned about safety And so we're looking at different railing designs, probably in a powder coated metal or steel or something like that. But we want to try to get visibility without creating a ladder effect for the kids. They have 3 young kids. And so we're looking at different options for that. And then there's decking, composite decking that is already on the house that we're going to match on the lower floors, lower decks. And then there's a window here in the middle, which is kind of the darker color frame, the dark bronze anodized frames that we'll be looking at on this house and trying to keep the profiles at a minimum. And that's it on the materials. And I think that's all for my presentation. I'm ready for questions and everything else.
Great, thank you. If that concludes your presentation, we can move into public comment. If you are attending by webinar and would like to comment on this item, please raise your hand by clicking the hand icon located at the bottom of your screen. While we wait for hands, Ms. Fennessy, did we receive any written correspondence for this item?
Thank you, Ms. Burkhart. We did not receive any written correspondence for this item, and I do not see any hands raised in the attendees. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll hand it back to you, Chair Miller, for questions.
All right, thank you. Vice Chair Colas, do you have any questions, please?
Yeah, I have a couple of questions. I guess I'm wondering where the wood exterior is. I'm looking at this photograph that you've included in the presentation. When you arrive at the home, it looks like the garage is plastered currently. And I guess I'm just confused. Perhaps you can show me where the exterior wood siding is that you're proposing to remove.
Yes, Mr. Chair and Board Member Colas. We, the image number 5 in this view, if we zoom in on that, and I don't know if we're going to see it very well from here, but that side of the building has wood siding on it, and the lower port. So you see the horizontal line that goes from right to left or left to right, that aligns with the upper level deck. That shadow line is actually, there's actually siding from that point. Yes, right there. From that
Is
point.
that T111?
Yeah.
Okay.
So we're getting rid of that and plastering the house. And the image on the color palette was more about the color, not the actual material.
Okay, so I think what's confusing me then is when I look at sheet A 2.01 on elevation 1, it is showing a vertical exterior siding on the garage mass. But that still does not look, when I'm looking at this photograph, I don't know how much more I could zoom in or if it's just the lighting in the photo. Okay, when I really zoom in, I'm seeing it.
So that the upper floor has the wood siding around it and they want to get rid of that.
Right, and understood. It just wasn't readily apparent in that I'm looking at my other screen with a bigger.
Gotcha, okay.
Yeah, it's just difficult to read because of the way the lighting is, I think, in the photographs. Okay, so that helps.
Understood, thank you.
And then the existing roofing is it a stamped metal roofing that's
Yeah.
made to look like a tile? Is that what it is, rather than a composite?
It's made to look like a slate tile, actually, not a Spanish tile, not a mission tile.
Okay. So you're proposing the gray plaster on all 3 floors, is that right? So the whole exterior will be homogeneous in terms of its finish?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And, okay. I think those are the only questions that I have at this time. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Board Member Arakaelian, do you have any questions, please?
I do. I'm on page 2 of the PDF, G.01. then I'm on image 5. So, you know, given that this property is part of the Hillside Design District, you know, I noticed that all 3 stories are fully apparent for full width of the structure when viewing it from the downhill side. Have you studied at all in adjusting the bulk of the structure?
Chair Miller, Board Member Arkalian, I probably pronounced that wrong, I apologize. Our scope with our owner has been really limited to the footprint, other than a couple areas where we're pushing out. We have not studied adding or moving or pushing or pulling any of the bulk of the building at this point, because we're trying to work within the confines of the footprint that's already there. That's been the guide from the owner from day one. So no, we haven't looked at reducing or changing the bulk of the home.
Okay, great. And you had noted in the presentation that I think it was the existing style was something along the lines of mid-century modern. Could you reiterate how would you define your proposed architectural style?
Well, to be honest, I think the home has a latent, as I said, latent mid-century style, and I think it's mostly related to the interior of the first floor or the upper level. The rest of the home, you know, it was just sort of built on the hillside and enclosed, the understory was enclosed. So stylistically, you know, we're gonna kind of try to keep it a little contemporary with the metal roof and the plaster. But it's sort of lacking what I would call a designated vernacular, if you will.
Okay, thank you for that. And then I'm on A2.01. On the east elevation of A2.01. I see that there's some proposed decking that's, you know, that's going to wrap around the main floor south elevation. Yes, along the east. Have you studied whether you would like that wrap around the east, or maybe doing it along the west instead?
Well, the reason, sorry, Chair Miller and Board Member Arkalian, the reason why we're doing this, it's hard to see this, but if you see the deck where it comes around the corner and then there's a slight elevation to it, and then there's a window there with a keynote 6 on it. There's a level change between the left side and the right side, if you will, of this elevation, an internal level change of about a couple feet that we inherited. And that room under the garage is going to be a playroom for the kids, and it's also the master bedroom, master bathroom. And so we wanted to connect those all the way around and then back up to the street. So on this elevation, it made a lot of sense. On the other elevation, there really isn't any program to do that with. We could wrap it around and hit the grade. We just didn't feel that it was necessary for the program.
Okay, and then my last question is, you know, I noticed the cover sheet, you know, notes an average slope of like 37%. Is there going to be a proposed landscaping plan or any measures to minimize runoff to the properties below?
We haven't really gotten into the landscaping. I know it's something that the owners have been thinking about as a phase 2. We've really just focused on the house and the lower level deck and how it connects around the building. So we haven't developed any landscape plans for the project at this time. And we haven't proposed any changes to the slope or the drainage at this time.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
All right, thank you. Board Member Klein, do you have any questions, please?
No questions.
Okay, Board Member Motisha, do you have any questions, please?
No questions.
Board Member Ziegler, any questions?
Yeah, I have a question. I agree with Mr. Arakalian that I think the bulk of the house probably needs some minor design changes to make it look less bulky. It just goes on forever. So I don't know whether you use color or you use texture, but something like that I think should be modified a little bit to make it look less bulky. And by the way, that's not a question. I guess that's my observation for the next time, but that's what I would say.
All right, thank you. I have no questions at this time either, so I'll move it back to comments. Vice Chair Colas, do you have any comments, please?
No, I mean, I can empathize with the applicant here because this is, you just sort of have this palette that they're working from in terms of bulk. And while I think some of the things that are being proposed are going to help update the home, we're still sort of left with this mass and bulk issue, which is, I think, what the board is struggling with. I think that the lower deck that will serve, I'm going to call it the basement level, it looks like it's going to have a hot tub or something on it. I think there's an opportunity for that to serve the purpose that everybody's starting to talk about in terms of breaking down some of the massing. I think a landscape plan, I would like to see a landscape plan for this project required. And I'd like to see how a landscaper or landscape architect could approach the skirt and the surrounding areas to that lower deck in order to help try to soften that facade. So I guess my comment is I would like to see a landscape plan. I agree with Mr. Ziegler's question / comment that there might be an opportunity to have a change of materials or color to help break down the home from a visual bulkiness standpoint. I think that the home is generally nondescript, and anything that the applicant can do to help create a more cohesive architecture on the building will be helpful. So I'm in supportive of running with the mid-century look on this, just because I think that's probably the strongest architectural vocabulary they have to work with on this home. I think the color scheme is nice, but I think significant landscaping is needed in order to help soften the home. Those are my only comments.
All right, thank you. You froze up on me. I don't know if it was everybody or just me.
Just you.
Pardon?
Just you.
Okay. Board Member Arakalian, do you have any comments, please?
I do. I believe the proposed additions to the building are aesthetically appropriate. I had a glance at the material board towards the end of the presentation. I'm not sure if I was able to see that before, but would like to see more specs and proposed colors on the board for next time. I'm in support of Vice Chair Colas. I believe a landscaping plan is required. I would like to hear I'm on sheet A 0.01. I'm looking at the size of the proposed deck at ground level. So yeah, I'm looking at the size of the proposed ground level deck. Would like to hear input from other board members about whether that size maybe should be slightly reduced or restudied. And I'm just on the fence about it. And then would like to see, I apologize if you've shown it before, but details on the proposed garage door. And those are my comments. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Would you like Mr. Ariel to show you a picture of the garage door?
Sure.
Clay, do you have any drawings of the garage door? Or?
Mr. Chair, I believe the garage door is shown on the elevation. I'm sorry, I do not know what page it is.
Okay.
But it would be the north elevation, probably A201. Back, there you go. Drawing number 2, if you zoom in on that. Yeah, I may have misspoke. I believe they're keeping the garage door for now. We've talked about it going back and forth, but for right now we have it shown as existing. So I misspoke on that. I apologize.
Looks like a metal panel door that folds up.
That's what's there. That's what's there today. Yeah.
Okay.
Apologize.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Board Member Klein, do you have any comments, please?
Yes, I think that the project is an aesthetic improvement in regards to the architectural materials and outdoor usability with the addition of the deck, and also an improvement with the addition of windows. I think the size, bulk, and scale matches what is existing and fits within the natural topography of the site. And I agreed that landscape would help with the scale and the elevation and the architecture if it's in the budget. And also adjusting or screening the chain link fence would also improve aesthetically the site. Those are my comments.
All right, thank you. Board Member Motisha, do you have any comments, please?
Yes, I think this is one of the few projects you put a metal roof on it and it probably improves it. Gives it a little clash that the bulk of the house just kind of high. I mean, it's a plain house, I think, with a metal roof, and it's not very strong, but it improves the appearance of the house. The deck definitely needs the deck. I mean, with the topography and the use of the less use of the yard that you don't have, the deck gives it some space for the inhabitants to get outside. Most of the upper decks are more hallways rather than an open deck, and it's hidden and it's down. Nobody's going to know that deck's down there. You'd have a party down there, and I don't think anybody would. And like I said, the bulk of this house is you're stuck. You're stuck with a house that's unless you made some major changes, you can't change the size, bulk in this house. So any improvements that you've made, which are very good, I think, and stick to our guidelines, you've done a nice job, and I support it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Board Member Ziegler, do you have any comments, please?
No, my only comment was one I made last time under the questions, and that is the bulk seems a little bit large. And I'm just wondering if maybe they did some color striping to it, or maybe changed the texture of the southern wall. That might help a little bit from an eye point of view. That's it. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Let's put a racing stripe on it.
Yeah, something like that.
There you go.
Yeah.
Sure, that'll improve it a lot.
Candy, can we do candy stripes?
Perfect. Hey, the Christmas is coming up. Let's. Yeah, I pretty much agree with the comments. It's the style of the house. I'd call it late 70s, early 80s. You know, if this was 1979, we'd all gush at this house and sing how incredibly beautiful it is. It's amazing how as time goes, we look at it now, it's like, yeah. But, you know, I think what you're doing is great. I think you're trying to, I can only imagine the client is telling you, well, their budget and this is what we want, you know, so you're being kind of carefully trying to do what you can do under the limitations. also probably don't think this house went before design review back then either. And I'm glad you're replacing the T111. That stuff's horrible. That was like very popular siding back at that time, but my condo unit had it and it all rotted and we had to get it all replaced. So that's a wise move to have that replaced. I also agree in this particular case, painting it gray and having a gray roof is going to calm it down and hide it in the hills. So I think some really nice landscaping and the gray is going to kind of hide it into the hill, which I think is appropriate. So those are my only comments. So with that being said, they're here for concept review. Would someone like to entertain a motion?
Mr. Chair, I believe there's some findings that need to be made before this can go forward. Is that on, aren't those your findings or are they staff's findings?
For now, it just says comments only. This is concept review, so we don't make the findings yet.
Gotcha. Okay.
So, Ms. Burkhardt, what can we do here? If you have.
Hi, Mr. Chair. This is Ted Hamilton.
Hi, Ted.
I'm taking over for Ms. Burkhardt for the rest of the meeting. So,
was it something I said?
No, it was not. Yeah, this is just a concept review. The footer of the agenda there is just letting you know what findings are going to be required for approval, and you can kind of generally comment on them at this point if you wish, but that's not required. So.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
sure.
Just as an aside, because we've been in this process for nearly 6 months, anything we can do to move this along would certainly be helpful for our client.
Okay.
He's trying to move his family into this house, and
okay.
You know, I don't know what we can do, when we can come back, or how long it's going to take to get these findings handled. But it's been 5 months of
okay
kind of torture for them.
All right, so got it. Mr. Hamilton, what options do we have here?
Since this is just a concept review, the application has not been deemed complete yet, so this hearing is limited to comments only. However, if you feel that the design is at a place where it could be ready for project design approval at the next hearing, then you may indicate so in your motion.
Okay, great, thank you. With that being said, would someone like to entertain a motion?
Sure, I'll make a motion, or I'll make a stab at it, Chair Miller.
Okay.
The board would like to recommend that this project return to full board. This project be continued indefinitely to full board, at which time we anticipate that project design approval will be able to be given if the applicant has a complete and readied package with all requisite material included. The board generally finds the approach to the project acceptable and feels that the color scheme provided will help to integrate the home more readily into the hillside because of the neutrality of the color palette. The board would like the applicant to consider any cost-effective means by which they might help to break down the visual bulk and mass of the existing residence. Suggestions include landscaping possibilities and change of materials or colors. Perhaps the guardrails or the columns and posts that support the deck, they could be a subtle color difference than the body of the building. The landscaping, we would like to see a landscape plan when the project returns. The landscape plan should specifically address any drainage issues that it needs to address for the project, as well as how the skirt of the lower deck could be addressed in order to soften the base of the residence. and help the home become more visually anchored into the hillside. And on this particular project, the board is supportive of the standing metal seam roof in the color that has been proposed. That is we'd also like to see a lighting plan when the project returns with any exterior lighting. That's my motion.
All right, thank you. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All right, thank you. May I have a roll call, please?
Thank you. I'll start the roll call vote. Board Vice Chair Kalas,
Yes.
Board Member Arakelian,
Yes.
Board Member Klein,
Yes.
Board Member Motisha,
Yes.
Board Member Ziegler,
Yes.
and Chair Miller.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Chair Miller and board members. Appreciate it. Enjoy the rest of your hearing.
All right,
Just-
thank you.
Can I just make one comment, and it can be an off the record comment to Mr. Orell if he's still there.
He's there.
I'm here.
It would be nice to understand what the existing garage door is and have that addressed more clearly in your next package.
10-4.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Move on to item 3, 1191 Los Alturas Road. This is a new item for concept review. Proposed to demolish an existing 3,463 square foot, single story, single unit residence and a 601 square foot attached 3-car garage, as well as an existing 1,478 square foot detached guest house and pool, to construct a new 3,879 square foot 2-story single unit residence, 421 square foot detached 2-car garage, 361 square foot detached gym structure, new pool and hot tub, and landscape and hardscape improvements. The proposed 4,758 square foot of development on a 47,361 square foot lot is 95% of the maximum guideline floor to lot area ratio. No appealable action will be taken at this time. Project will require neighborhood preservation findings and hillside design district and slope lot findings to be made for project design approval. And Mr. Arakelian has expressed that he is recusing himself from this particular project. Do we have a representative for this project? Ted, is anyone coming?
Mr. Chair, I think so. Excuse the delay. I'm getting used to Zoom myself here. I think we have the applicant on.
Mr. Hamilton, we have 2 attendees with their hands raised. Would you like me to promote them to panelists?
Let's see. Yes, please. It looks like one of the applicants is Daniel Wodlowski. And yeah, Dan Weber as well. And they can let us know who else is on their project team.
All right. We have promoted Daniel Wodlowski and Dan Weber, and then we have Janet McGinnis and Chris Merritt as attendees with their hands raised as well. Would you like me to promote those 2?
Mr. Weber or Mr. Wodlowski, could you let us know who's on your applicant team, please, so that we can?
Yeah, Chris is part of our team. So
okay, great.
Daniel, myself, and Chris are the applicant team.
Excellent, thank you.
All right, the applicant team has been promoted to panelists.
Great, thank you. We thought we weren't going to get in there for a minute. We were starting to get freaked out.
You're not the only one.
It made me think we were doing something wrong. Glad we're in. Did you want me to kick it off?
Yeah, it's all you,
Okay.
the floor is yours.
Great, thank you. I'm Dan Weber, architect at Anacapa Architecture. Daniel is on my team. He's the project architect for this project. And then Chris is our landscape architect. He's from Ground Studio, which is a really wonderful local architect who's doing the project in their offices here in Santa Barbara. So I'm just going to give a quick intro, then Daniel's going to run through the plans with you, and we'll try to keep it quick. I know you guys have had a long day already. So our clients for this project are a wonderful couple, John and Jeff. They live at the property now, and they want to continue to live at this property as their primary residence once we get done with this project. They're really excited to be a part of this Riviera community. It's a great little intimate neighborhood community, so they're really looking forward to getting to know their neighbors. Our goal for this project is an impact and sustainability based goal. So we want to make the property way better than it is today. We want to have a smaller development footprint. We want it to be more sustainable, less hardscape, more landscaping with lower water use, and even increase the view windows for our neighbors. Our clients really want this to be something that they're really proud of and that the neighborhood can be really proud of. So they're really dedicated to being part of the neighborhood. The views, the proposed project only has the ability to impact the view of one neighbor. That's our neighbor to the north. So we've focused all of our attention to understanding and working with that neighbor, understanding their views. And we've prepared a bunch of diagrams and studies that we're going to show you today that help you understand what that view is. So our goal is to actually make their view better than it is today. And we think we've done that by using low flat roofs, strategically positioning mass elements in areas where their view is already blocked by existing features, and then being very strategic about removing key pieces of landscaping. And we've worked with our neighbor a ton to understand where those view windows are and which pieces of landscaping could be removed to actually open up their views into greater view windows. Sustainability. I've mentioned our goals there where our project, Chris, our landscape architect, is going to go through the hardscape and impermeability, show you how we've improved the project there. Overall, way more landscaping and drainage. We think we're going to result in a much better project than it is today by the dealing with our runoff on site and through site-based drainage features and treatment. We think we're very consistent in terms of size with the neighborhood. Our proposed project is several hundred square feet smaller than the house that exists on the site today. And we're about in line, we're about average with the neighborhood. Our proposed project is about half the size of our neighbor to the north, that we estimate their total development is about somewhere between 9,000 and 10,000 square feet, and we're less than half of that at 4,758 square feet. We're consistent with the neighborhood mass bulk and scale. We're surrounded by two-story houses, with the one exception being the one-story house immediately to the south. So a tiny component of our proposed project is two-story, but we feel that that's consistent with the two-story houses surrounding us. We think we're very consistent with architectural character of the neighborhood. The neighborhood's eclectic. The existing house is a modern house. It's a kind of a low-slung mid-century modern house, which our clients initially loved. So we've designed a project that's very similar to the house that's there today, with its low roof overhangs and post and beam style architecture inspired by mid-century components. Although I think the house we've designed is much higher quality than the house that exists there today. So I'll let these guys present the plans. We really appreciate the SFD process. We know that you guys have a really hard job, and we really appreciate all of the work and attention that you put on these projects, because it makes Santa Barbara great. So we think that through understanding the various guidelines, NPO, hillside design guidelines, and single family residential design guidelines, we've designed a project that's consistent with all three of those and is going to be a great improvement to the neighborhood. We're really looking forward to hearing your comments. It took us a really long time to get to this point and get scheduled to this for this agenda. So we're of course anxious to move on to the next step. I'm sure you're going to have some great suggestions on how the project can be approved, and we'll be looking forward to hearing those and incorporating your comments as we revise the design, getting ready for project design approval. Thanks a lot. Go ahead, Daniel.
All right, thank you, Dan. Good evening, board. This is our title sheet. If you can go to the next page, please. Thank you. Our project information sheet, one element I want to point out is our vicinity map. If you could zoom in briefly to that element, just so I can kind of walk us through. This is one of the more unique lots in the Riviera. It's actually a flag lot off of the top of Los Alturas as it peaks and right before it becomes Mission Ridge Road. There's very little public visibility. The only place that you can see it is a small section on High Ridge Lane right in front of that green space. I'm sorry, I don't have drawing tools, so it's harder for me to point these things out. But you can't really, because of the low slung nature of the existing one-story and all of the two-story surrounding elements, it's impossible to make out this property from parts of the city. We've looked very hard to see it from both the water and from the city waterfront, and you can't quite make it out. So it's definitely one of the more unique parcels in the area. We, as Dan mentioned, started the project, if you don't mind zooming out again, by looking at the existing house and the feasibility of a resident renovation, but ultimately, due to the current house's poor site location and developed piecemeal renovations, we had to move in a different direction. I want to address the FAR while we're on this project data sheet. We are proposing a total project square footage of 4,758, as Dan mentioned and is outlined. That's 183 square feet less than currently exists on the site. And it's a total of 95% of the FAR. And because of the lot size, that is a guideline FAR only. So we're reducing the overall built FAR on the property. We'll get to impervious area, but we're also reducing the amount of impervious area. Currently, if you go back to the aerial, I'm sorry, you'll notice there's a large kind of asphaltic area at the southeast corner of the property, and we're proposing removing that and restoring it to landscape. It's that kind of large blacktop area that you're seeing there. Existing on site as well currently is a guest house that is actually non-conforming both due to its size and its setback location. And our project seeks to provide construction back within the setbacks and totally conforming. If you can go to the next sheet, please. This is a sheet of context imagery. Starting at the upper left, you have the existing gate. That's the yellow element there. Again, couple views down the long driveway, both looking towards the south and looking back towards the in-pull area off of Los Alturas. The site is, like I mentioned, completely invisible from Los Alturas Road. Coming in, you'll notice the kind of low slung mid-century character of the house. On the lower left, bottom left image, you'll see some kind of chimney elements and extended thin roof eaves. And in that middle lower image, again, you'll see some of the extended roof eaves there with a lot of glazing facing, as you can imagine, the primary views to the east and south. And then a couple representative images on the lower right of that asphaltic area that we're proposing removing. Next page, please. We have an updated version of this sheet. It's actually the first page on the supporting diagrams PDF that you have open at the next tab, if you don't mind jumping to that version. Thank you so much. If you could zoom into the aerial, we'll start there, please. This is a study of the neighborhood context, again, trying to focus on neighborhood compatibility. What we've done is a study of all of the existing surrounding homes. You notice the ones that we've indicated here outlined in red are all two-story homes. And the ones with numbers on them are homes that we have images of. Many of the others we are not able to gain photo images of from the street level view because of the privacy and the nature of the Los Alturas ridge there. We did in fact actually learn today that the house directly to the east of the home that's not outlined in red is also a 2-story. So the house is almost completely surrounded by homes of two-story construction. If you zoom back out, you'll kind of take in the overall character of the neighborhood. As you can imagine in the Riviera, it is quite eclectic. There are low-slung ranch houses, there's a modern house directly adjacent to the existing property, Spanish Revival, postmodern, and various other architectural characters, and sometimes multiple on one project due to development over time. And again, you'll note that there are very different scales and mass elements. Some of the houses directly adjacent to us obviously are much larger than what we're proposing, and some are smaller. So we find that we're kind of in the middle of that neighborhood character and talking about mass bulk and overall scale of development. If you can stay on this PDF and go to the next page, please. This will be the same as the next page in our other PDF. Thank you. So before we started working with our clients, John and Jeff, we researched the parcel to the north, understanding pretty much immediately being on this property that they will have a large amount to say about the development and as it relates to their views. After finding in our research no view easement or view agreement of any kind, we reached out to the neighbors to ask if we could gain access to their property and document the views that they have so we can make sure that we incorporate them thoughtfully into our design. We were able to meet Emmett and Yaja on the site and talk to them about our clients' goals and some of their goals relating to some of the existing tree canopies on the property. We then further worked with a surveyor to get precise and accurate elevation data for our vantage points that we had captured on their property so that we could prepare these section studies that I'll walk us through now. If you don't mind briefly zooming into the upper left image. So again, Dan mentioned our focus has been to make sure that we maintain and preserve their views. And in fact, we've gone further than that to try to improve their view shed despite us proposing a very, very small 2-story element to our project. These plan view studies seek to illustrate the current existing ocean view as a kind of view shed or view cone. And then the orange shaded area in this particular plan indicates increased view shed due to removal of trees and siting of our proposed project. Panning over to the section from this vantage point on their site, just to the right, drawing 4 there, we've studied the angle of that view over the existing structure and our current parcel in order to understand the implications of the 1-story portion of our proposed project that is in front of that view moment of their property. If you could zoom out slightly, I think you can see the whole section, please. And by the way, whoever's driving this, you're doing fantastic. Thank you very much. So in drawing 4 here, you can see that orange dashed line represents us understanding the angle. The angle above that in the lighter dashed or longer dashed line represents the view to the horizon, and the orange line there represents the view to the harbor. In red dashed over the section of our building, we've actually worked with the neighbor to try to seek reductions to the project in advance of getting in front of you and the board today, so that we have 2 red dashed lines there. We worked on the project after being on site with them in Yaja, and we actually hosted them in our office to walk them through this exact diagram simulation. And we got some very clear feedback that they were concerned about the level, the elevation of the entire house. They were a little bit concerned that the house was too far to the west in general. And they were concerned about the 2-story element all kind of being too long or too far to the west. So we went back to the drawing board and we worked with our clients to shift the entire house down by a foot. And then we also reduced the upper level of the house by 4 feet to pull it towards the east. And we further moved the entire house 18 inches to the east. And then we reached back out to Em and Yaja in order to, again, present our progress and try to help be good neighbors. And we received communication from their attorney, and we kind of understood that we probably hadn't gone far enough. So in an effort to continue to work towards bettering their views, we've actually reduced the house another 6 inches in total height down, and we've pulled another 3 feet off the second floor. So those 2 red dashed lines represent the 2 elevations that we started at and have reduced to, and the white section element there represents the house as it is in this proposed design today. If you zoom out slightly, we can go through each one individually, or if we want to come back to these, I can keep moving for time, but we studied it from 3 different vantage points on the site, and between the location and siting of our structure and the removal of certain trees that the owners to the north have requested be removed, we feel that we're giving more view back to them than they currently have today, while being very sensitive to their view concerns.
Daniel, maybe really quickly, you could just go through the degrees, the number of degrees by which we've increased it, just to show what that looks like briefly.
Sure. So if you jump to that drawing 2, or maybe just zoom in a tiny bit more so I can make out the numbers.
Sorry, where would you like me to zoom?
Drawings 1 and 2, if you could just drag a window around those guys, please. Perfect. So according to our diagram here, the original ocean view was 25 degrees, or 26% of your that view angle. And we've increased it by 9 degrees to the east and close to 6 degrees, 6 degrees to the east and 9 degrees to the west. So a 56% increase in view from vantage point 1. In view shed diagram 2, we're standing in the living room. We had diagrammed the original ocean view as a total of 18.5 degrees, and we've increased that through the use of vegetation removal and, again, siting of the structure to a total addition of 16 degrees, which represents an 88% improvement. And then if you can just scroll down, we'll put drawing 3 into view. I can. Thank you. Perfect. Yeah, just pan. Thank you very much. Here in drawing 3, this is taken from in front of the primary bedroom. That's the gabled volume to the west. The original ocean view is 23 degrees, and we've added 5 degrees for approximate 24% improvement to the view there. Next page, please. You can go back to the original PDF now. Thank you very much.
Ted, I'm sorry to interrupt real quick, but Ted, is there a time limit to this? There used to be a clock, and I'm not sure.
I know.
Sorry, I don't mean to.
No, fair.
Usually there's a 15-minute time limit, and I'm just curious if that's being kept track of.
Mr. Chair, thank you. I don't think we started one for this project. We're still getting used to our new system here, but it does look like we're right about at 15 minutes. So,
okay.
Yeah.
We'll go through the rest of our presentation as quick as we can.
Okay, so you need could you do it in 5 minutes?
Sure.
Yes.
Okay, great.
All right, next page. Move lightning fast here. So in addition to the diagrams on the preceding page, we've prepared some view simulations, again, just to really make sure to hammer home the study of the views from the primary areas on the north neighbor's site. The top row of views represents the existing condition as photographed from their property. That middle section of views represents our proposed development with the tree removal that we're showing indicated in that very faint red. So you'll notice that some of the existing vegetation has been removed. And then the bottom row of simulations, all three images along the bottom of the page are representative of the view impact with the mature landscape grown in. For time's sake, I'm gonna keep moving. Next page, please. This is just the existing survey. Along the northern property line, portions of the, along the northern property line and portions of the property line along the driveway are actually currently in use by the neighbor to the north. The existing fence and plantings do not allow full use of the parcel by the owner. So our intention for the project is actually to restore each parcel to its correct demarcation, providing a fence just inside of our side of the property line. The property line does, in fact, currently bifurcate an existing grape arbor that is on the northern neighbor's property. We've offered as part of our project to relocate that arbor for them so they can continue to enjoy use of that landscape feature. Next page, please. This is the architectural site plan showing the proposed structures. You can see their labels there, but the small rectangle at the northeast is the garage. Next to that, on the left, we have the main house, and then down at the lower portion of the site in the corner there is the new proposed accessory building of a gym. Dashed in red are the existing footprint of the existing structures. The existing house is located very close to the southerly neighbors. The property line kind of looks down into their backyard. So our project seeks to kind of pull the house back up the hill slightly in order to provide a bit more privacy to the neighbors to the south. The existing guest house is non-conforming, so we're removing that structure, and the gym will obviously comply with current zoning. Next page, please. This is just an enlarged version of that lower section of the flag lot. Again, dashed in red is the existing structure. We're removing a lot of that asphalt that was kind of on the south side here and replacing it, as you can see, with a pool and then additional landscape elements.
Yeah, I would think the main thing to focus here on, we won't worry about getting into the floor plan due to time, but we're creating greater privacy to the neighborhood to the south. We're bunkered in and private from the neighbor to the north. All of the outdoor use areas are focused on the southern side, so they're private and focused towards the view, and we're shortening that driveway so that we're not, we have less impermeable asphalt throughout the site.
Next page. Oh. Sorry, next, yeah. Great. Yeah, so just floor plans, you can see the garage on the right and then the main house on the left. Next page. Just move quickly through these. This is just the bedroom wing as part of the first floor of the main house. This is to the west. Next page. This is the proposed second story. You can see the diminutive scale of it. It's 700 square feet. It's a small den and an office just to take advantage of the amazing views that all the neighbors enjoy. Next page. Roof plan of said structures. Next page. This is the roof plan of the lower one-story section of the west. Next page. Quarter-inch scale floor plan of the gym, again, tucked into the lower corner of the site. Just some small accessory program down there to help kind of act as a screening element because there's a large Spanish house right in front of them there. So just to try to take advantage of that corner. Next page. Great. So we have our elevations here, kind of photo montaged in with some of the landscape. We are proposing natural materials be used primarily concrete and concrete walls and landscape walls with some wood siding elements. The character of this of the house is really trying to draw from what's out there, the existing structure, this kind of mid-century palette of naturally durable materials. The landscape is really designed to surround the home. I'm going to let Ground Studio speak eloquently about that, but really we want the house to feel kind of nestled in into that restored landscape.
Sorry to interrupt you. We need to really wrap up. We're going
Okay.
way past your time here. So please, if there's a couple more points you need to bring up, otherwise the board will ask questions too. So.
Absolutely. I'm sorry. As you go to the next page, we can move quickly through these. Accessory structure elevations.
Okay.
Some small site sections, again, just to illustrate compliance within the envelope, using flat roofs as a way to avoid coming up against the height limit. Next page. And with that, I'm gonna let Chris give some brief comments.
Thank you. I'll go very quick. This is our overall site master plan. We're just in early days here. The plan's still really conceptual, and it's more just an exploration of how the landscape can create a cushion for the architecture. The intention is really just to improve upon the current site conditions while creating privacy and preserving views for our client and then the neighbors. And really the big theme for us is instilling permeability. We've created big generous areas of low planting between the building and the hardscape elements to help layer the site more in planting. So we think that's just going to help encourage water to infiltrate back into the ground and minimize site runoff. Next page, there's 3 left here. This is just a zoom in of the entry off Las Alturas Road. We worked really hard actually with the fire department, just given the site constraints and just how unique this Riviera property is. So we thought that would be good to engage them early on. Next page. This is an image showing between Las Alturas Road and then the house. And then the red dashed line you can see shows the existing driveway, which doesn't conform to the fire truck requirements. And part of the driveways juts into the neighbor property. So like Daniel was saying, we just want all the hardscape elements on our client's property and just respect the boundaries. Next page. This is the last sheet. This is our main focus area with showing the buildings. And we, like I was saying earlier, we worked really hard with the fire department early on just to improve the existing conditions, just to have better site access for them. We've identified 7 oaks on the property. One of the oaks is really not in good shape. It's heavily leaning, and the arborist said it should likely be removed. And that one actually impacts the fire truck turnaround for their use. And the neighbor to the north was hoping to remove it too. And we obviously would just mitigate that appropriately if it worked with the board. And then just with the site sloping so much, the drainage is just super important to us. Obviously, we want to make sure it's integral to the design, and we're just keeping as much site runoff as possible on our property and just infiltrating back into the groundwater. And then the last thing is we haven't nailed down specifically the plant palette. It's just so early. But in terms of the overall planting vision, our hope is really just to remove any existing like high water use plants. Like there's a large area of existing lawn on the property. And the intention really is just to bring it back to more site specific, like low water use plants that are just of like the Riviera and Santa Barbara. So that's it.
All right, thank you. Bringing it back to the board, did we have any public comment, Mr. Hamilton?
All right, thank you, Chair Miller. All right, and if you'd like to give oral public comment and you're attending by Zoom, please raise your hand following the instructions on screen. All right, I see several hands raising. While we wait for hands to raise, Ms. Ternovskaya, Ms. Fennessy, did we receive any written correspondence?
Thank you. We received 2 public comment letters from James Lamponis and Janet McGinnis, and I do see that there are 2 hands raised in the attendees. There is one phone number that ends in 6766. I will send you a unmute request and you can speak when you are ready. Phone number 6766. I've sent you an unmute request. If you could unmute yourself, you can speak.
And Ms. Rydell, it may help to bring up the other slide showing the instructions just in case. All right, and even if you, for the person wishing to comment with the phone number, if you would like to speak, or I'm sorry, if you would not like to speak, please just let us know. And also state your name for the record if you do wish to speak. All right, it looks like they were briefly unmuted. All right, Mr. Chair, I suggest staff can work with that public commenter. Behind the scenes, I suggest we move on to questions, and then I'll try to bring the public commenter back on once we have them back, if that's all right with you.
Well, there's other people that you want me to just go into. Okay, all right.
Actually, Mr. Chair, sorry, we just had one additional hand raised. Looks like Janet McGinnis.
Okay.
Janet McGinnis,
Hello.
Okay.
Hi.
Hi, this is Janet McGinnis. I'm here with Emmett and Yadza McDonald as well. McDonald, they wanted to speak.
Okay, so you have 2 minutes. What would you like to say?
Okay, so can you, Mr. McDonald?
Yes, we can hear you. Yes, please.
Okay.
Yes.
Emmett, Mr. McDonald will speak first, please.
Hi, my name is Emmett McDonough. Our home, can you see me okay or whatever? Okay. Our home was right above the applicant's home. Before there was a lot split, the 1191 home was on our property. Before I go further, let me say that they have not accommodated our view concerns, nor do they meet with us to accommodate it when we requested it. First of all, our home was built in 1919 by Carlton Winslow. He's a noted architect, designed 6 buildings. It's the Public Library, the Natural History Museum. His architectural drawing is on our wall. Carlton Winslow designed our home's orientation to have a view of the city, the harbor, and its coastline. This relationship of our home's sightline to the horizon was continued in the design and the building of the 1191 house. Anna Gillespie, the owner of our home, is the one who split our property to create the 1191 house in its. In a conversation I had last winter with Anna, he told me that she and her architect had carefully placed the applicant's home in a manner to protect our view as it had been designed by Carlton Winslow. She and her husband then moved to the 1191 home, and their children's godparents lived in our home with our protected view. This view will be taken away. I do not understand why the applicant does not want to utilize his existing home's beautiful view. Views that have been sensitively placed, harmonized with the views of our own historical home. We want to protect our view, as our view is a historical and an architectural part of our home. Thank you for listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you.
And now, if we may, Ms. Yazda McDonough will speak, please.
You hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, please.
Okay. My name is Yaja McDonough, and I have lived at 1201 Los Alturas for 26 years. Historically, the owners of 1191 allowed cooperative maintenance to protect our city, harbor, and ocean views. Then the owner moved away. His caretaker stopped allowing his gardener and heirs to maintain the hedges, trees, and vegetation, and we lost our continuous view. We took steps under the city's view dispute ordinance to restore it. In February of this year, we filed a lawsuit because the owner refused to mediate. Shortly after this, the property was sold. The new owner told us he was planning a single-story home and would remove all the obstructing growth. We then dismissed the lawsuit. When his architects met with us in September, we saw a shocking second story in front of our view. We told them that we could not accept moving the house over to the west and in front of our view. About a month later, they said they had new drawings to show us, but then would not meet because we wanted our attorney present. I want you to understand that it is absolutely misleading to say that this proposal adds to our view. Please look carefully at the corrected view shed diagrams submitted in our written comments. The proposed house has large and high windows on its second story, which are facing my home. This second story is in front of my horizon view on a pad raised 6 feet from the existing grade. There's no good reason to move the existing house so that it is further to the west or to put a second story in front of my home and view. Thank you for considering my concerns.
Thank you.
I know that this is Janet McGinnis again. I have my assistant trying to reach Jim Laponis. I know he's been waiting, trying to speak for himself and his wife, and I think that's the phone number. I know that's the phone number. I realize you're late and running late, and I just would want to say we submitted and hope that you have a chance to look at what we submitted. The photographs that they are presenting are really quite distorted. I've presented to you photographs that were taken just this last week in the very little time we were given that are showing you really what is being taken away by putting this second story right in front of the view shed of the McDonough's home. The two pictures that are going through the windows are taken right there at the windows and show you the harbor views, the city views that will be lost if you allow a second story to be put smack in front of this beautiful historic scenic property. The trees that are all growing up and full on display, all those trees are the targets of our lawsuit, and we shouldn't have dismissed it. Obviously, we had no idea that they were going to take this strategy. We will be continue to seek to have these trees removed. They're not compliant under the city's view rules, and please just take a look at our submission. We've tried to be thorough. We've provided you good data. Our view diagrams are done professionally by an architect, and we hope you'll give it consideration. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And I don't know, as Jim.
Thank you, Ms. McGinnis. We are going to mute you at this time and lower your hand. And then the phone number that was calling before, you have the opportunity to raise your hand again if you would like to speak, and we can try one more time to troubleshoot your audio. If you are having trouble connecting to audio on your Zoom panel, for the button with the microphone, there's a little drop down, and you can check the drop down menu and make sure that your microphone is connected and that your speakers are connected. So I'm not seeing any more raised hands. We'll give you one more moment to raise your hand if you'd like to speak. We have someone in the audience with the name DVOGT with a hand raised, so we will allow you to speak right now. And in the meantime, make sure to check your your audio settings so you can speak if you'd like to make a
Unmute,
public
okay.
comment.
I just unmuted. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you. You have 2 minutes to speak.
We live up on Los Alturas Circle, so this particular property does not impinge upon us the way some of the others we've had recently. However, in listening to the explanation of what the new house is going to be like, I personally can't see why they need to go up for a second floor if all it's there for is the view, because in so doing, they are impinging upon the view of the McDonough's, and why that particular pop-up, which is what it looks like to me, looks like the one that we have done at the end of our street here, isn't further over to the east so that it would be totally out of their view. I mean, I'm looking at the drawing where I can see the second story office that could be moved over if I'm looking at it out towards the view, moved over to the left, which would be to the east. It wouldn't change to me, the design very much of the house. And then it would take it completely out of the McDonough's view. I mean, they've lived there a long time, and the original people who put the house on the property below them was very neighborly in terms of trying to make sure that no view was impinged. And in fact, all you can see of that house are a couple of tops of chimneys. But now they're going to be having a large structure right out in their view. And I personally don't see why it can't be slid over some amount to the east to avoid that, if they do still have to have this second story, which quite honestly, I don't see the utility of. I'm done.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair and board members. I don't see any additional people with their hands raised at this time, so back to you for questions.
All right, thank you. I'm go through the questions. The Vice Chair Collas, do you have any questions, please?
I don't know. I do have some questions. Yes, I do. Let's see. I've made a couple notes here. Can you articulate on the site plan where the proposed oak that's being proposed for removal is precisely? Is that along the drive? I understood it to be related to access for fire department from your presentation.
Sure.
Yeah.
How do we,
oh yeah, there you go.
How do we get annotation tools? Or I guess we don't, we just have to show you. It,
if you zoom in, there's like a blue box. Yeah, there's a blue box towards the entry door. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, so that do you see there's a grouping of like 4 trees, almost they're kind of like in a triangular shape. Yeah,
right there.
It's the furthest north tree. It's the small little canopy. Yeah, right there. Yeah.
And that's the tree that was causing the fire department concerns?
Yeah, our fire truck access, it's a 150-foot hose pole. And in addition to them backing, having enough room to actually like turn around in the motor court. And so that tree, we were hoping to remove and replace.
Who is speaking? I don't see the respondent. I'm confused by who's talking.
This is the landscape architect.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, sorry.
That's all right. I was like, I feel like God is talking to me. Okay. Okay, great. That's helpful. So it's right where the hand is.
Yeah.
Okay. And it's a smaller circumference oak. Do you have an idea of what the diameter is of that oak?
Yeah, it's roughly about I think it's a 10-inch caliper.
Okay, so it's a decent size oak tree. Okay. I've noticed that on the plans, it looks like you're proposing PV panels, and I know that those are somewhat of a ministerial item, but you have very thin roofs here. And so I'm trying to understand whether there's been any thought given to how those will be integrated into the overhangs or the thickness of the roof. And or whether they will be laying flat or whether they will be, cambered. Has there been any consideration or study or thought about that? Because that seems to me like it would be an issue that, given the view issues we're talking about here, that would be of concern of the neighbors.
I'll take that one. Yeah, we're of course required to accommodate photovoltaic panels. So we have proposed them on top of this highest structure because you can't see that roof from anywhere in Santa Barbara. So we of course don't want to see solar panels because we're paying a lot of attention to make sure the architecture is handsome. So we don't want to see like the jig-jagged sawtooth corners of solar panels sticking up. So what that probably will mean when it comes to designing that is oversizing the system a bit so that they can lay flat. We'll get a little bit of less efficiency out of the panels, but we won't see them sticking up above the roof from anywhere.
Okay. And then just as a general, I'm trying to kind of wrap my head around all of this. So when we're looking at the FAR on this property, we're looking at it relative to the whole parcel. And a significant portion of this parcel is really dedicated just to access, is it not? I mean, I would say what, a third of the square footage of the parcel, a quarter of the square footage of the parcel? Does anybody have like just sort of a ballpark understanding of how much of this parcel is sort of this one contiguous area where the home is going versus just this long access corridor?
I can get you that data in just a moment.
Okay, that would be helpful.
Absolutely.
But the FAR guidelines do not distinguish between portions of the lot that are used for access and other portions of the site. They simply relate to the overall parcel.
Right, I understand that, but it does impact how a resident feels on a parcel. And part of our charge is bulk and mass relative to siting. And so I think it's important for everybody to understand that this particular project being planned is impacted by the fact that effectively it nets out at much less than the square footage that's being put into that FAR calculator. I think that's an important point to be made and understood.
And noted, if we, however, just left the house that's there today, it would be bigger than what we're presenting you with. We're presenting you with a house that's smaller than the existing house that's on the site.
I understand, by about 173 square feet based on your presentation, if I recall properly. Is that right?
183, and the existing, the larger portion of the flag of the lot is, the actual flag of the lot is 80% of the lot. So the driveway represents about 20%.
Okay. Okay, on the exterior elevations, which are very nicely rendered, by the way. I mean, the presentation is really lovely. I am noting that the general, looking at the general color scheme, it feels very warm to me based on the rendering of the exterior elevations, and yet you're calling out board formed concrete. And I'm scrolling through the drawings right now trying to find out where I saw that earlier. But is your intention to include color in the board formed concrete, or is that just the way that's rendering out on the screen? Is your plan to actually have that be just natural concrete with no color included in it?
We're exploring the use of dyed concrete. We haven't quite gotten to making any final decisions, obviously, on that, but we would study both and look to present those at our next stage, certainly.
We like board form concrete because it's got a rich natural texture and it can be very rustic. It's really compatible with the weathering woods and naturally patinaing materials that blend into the landscape well.
Sure. I just was trying to clarify what the intent was there, because the note and what I was seeing in terms of color rendering just was slightly different. So I just wanted to understand.
Sure.
And then how many square feet is the second floor? What I'll call the off, I think it was noted as an office area.
700. I think it might be slightly over that, but 700.
Okay. I think those are my only. Well, I'll ask you the question that one of the public commenters posed, and because I think it's a good question. Is there a reason why you have not kept the second story mass further to the east?
I'll answer that. I wish I could mark up on the screen, but maybe the aerial photo will answer that one for you. So immediately to the north of the second story element that we've proposed is a big grouping of trees. And that big grouping of trees impedes the current view from our neighbor to the north.
Page 2.
So the neighbor to the north's primary view window, the really fantastic ocean view, is illustrated in our view simulation diagrams, that view that we've shown from view number 1. It's this great perfect window from their balcony looking right over the low portion of our house. And so we saw that and we're like, well, that's an amazing view. We cannot mess up that view. So that was our prerequisite, is to not impede that view. And then there's sections of view that sneak out to the east too. So there really was no other option. Our only option to get this little second story crow's nest up there was to tuck it right in behind the trees that already block their view. So that's why we did those view studies, so that we could show you what the view is today. You see the big grouping of trees. And then after the proposed project, our second story is hidden right behind that same location, that grouping of trees. So our goal was to have very little impact on their really fantastic view window that they have. I mean, really, we want to have no impact. Our goal was to make their view broader after the project than it is today.
Okay, I think those are the only questions that I have. I think anything else that I have would probably get into comments. So I'll hold there until the next round, Chair Miller.
Okay, Board Member Arcalian, do you have any questions, please? Quick and succinct. Oh, he's not. Excuse me. He accused himself. So I'm Board Member Klein. Do you have any quick and succinct questions?
Yes. Can you speak to trees being removed and being protected on site?
Yeah, absolutely. So there's 7 total oaks on the property. And we had 33 surveyed by the arborist. 24 are being removed, with 15 of those just being palm trees, like fan palms, smaller caliper trees. And then, which is roughly about maybe 60% of the total trees on site. And then the other 9 trees we're proposing are all non-natives, like olive or like a podocarpus, very insignificant trees. And we're planning on placing back roughly 20 new trees, in addition to adding new oaks back into the mix for the one removed oak that Leslie was asking about earlier.
Okay, thank you. And then also, have you thought about any fire-wise considerations for the site?
Yeah, that's a great question. We have, and really the intention is trying to keep a lot of the fuel up above, as far away as we can get from the house. In addition to, being strategic on not blocking views from both the neighbor and then our client's property, in addition to, keeping very kind of low planting, low ground cover planting that would just be, watered consistently as needed until it's established. And really just, making sure we maintain the property and any dead wooding and just routine maintenance to make sure the property's clean and all the fuel's removed.
Great. Those are my only questions.
Thank you. Board Member Motisha, do you have any questions, please?
I think you might be muted.
Yeah, you're muted, Mr. Motisha.
Sorry. There you go. My questions would be probably wait until the project is going to be in front of us for project design approval. I don't have any questions because most of the presentation, or 99% of the presentation today was made on north and south views from neighbors. And I have one. Could you show me on that site plan that we've been looking at, basically where the second floor is? What roof section is the second floor?
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
We've been looking at a site plan, just the site plan. Go back to the site plan and show me where the second floor is located.
Absolutely. It's going to be a little bit tricky without drawing tools. If you zoom in slightly there, the PV array, the photovoltaic array that's dashed in, this is actually a study in how many we would be able to fit if they were laying flat. We won't be proposing
I'm not interested in
this quantity. Sure.
I'm just interested in where that roof is.
The bold line directly adjacent to those PV panels is that roof.
Okay.
You can see below it like a little bit of deck there, and the bold line of the plate of the floor below. So that topmost bold rectangle is the roof.
The center one right there, right in the middle of the screen, is
correct.
The second floor. The roof
Yes, sir.
of the second floor.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I'll save my questions till you come up in front of us for project design approval.
All right, thank you. Board Member Ziegler, do you have any questions, please?
No, I agree with Mr. Motisha. It was mostly about views for neighbors, so I think I'll save my questions for later.
All right, thank you. So a couple of things I need to say to be clear. Mr. Hamilton, are you there? Ted Hamilton?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Sorry, I
So,
couldn't find my mute button.
Can you clarify, is there an ordinance somewhere clarifying the purview of the Single Family Design Board regarding private views?
Yes, there is. Also in the Single Family Design Board guidelines, you'll see all the different findings that the Single Family Design Board needs to make. So key to this project would be the neighborhood preservation ordinance findings, and also the hillside design and slope lot findings, none of which directly regulate private views. It's mostly about public views and compatibility with the surrounding neighborhood and with the site.
Great, thank you. I just wanted to clarify that with our adjacent neighbors, that it is not our purview in terms of how your private view is affected. However, we do encourage neighborhood, communicating with the neighbor, good neighbor policies, so that you're all on the same page. So I don't really have any comment on the design, because I hear a great deal of commitment to try to integrate this home into the hillside so it sort of disappears. However, there seems to be a disconnect with your neighbors, that they're not convinced that that's what you're doing. So I think that needs to be addressed in terms of your communication with your neighbors. If you can, I make it clear to the neighbors as well that it is not our purview to regulate private views. It's public views and, you know, views from a public view corridor. So these people have an absolute right to add a second story. And they, you know, that's just part of the requirements that we have. Also, like I said, and what Ted said is very good, is our point is to make sure that this house is compatible with the surrounding neighborhood. And my experience from just observing this, and this was question time, I'm making a comment, sorry. But anyway, so I'm going to stop because we're in a hurry. So I'm going to go back to Vice Chair Kloss. Do you have any comments, please?
Yes, I do have comments. I would like to acknowledge that we did receive the letters from the two neighbors and that I have reviewed those. I also, just a matter of record, I reached out to the historian at the city because I was familiar with this existing home just from it having been on the market about 6 months ago. I knew it was an Edwards and Pittman home, and I wanted to know whether it had any historic, whether it met a historic threshold. So, and it was interesting to me to receive the letter from the northerly neighbors and understand to a greater degree the relationship between this home and the home that was, or the parcel, I should say, that the home by Carlton Winslow was was built upon. So, I guess my comments are, I am struggling with this because I'm being told the new house is smaller than the old one. And yet the old house doesn't affect the neighbor's views. And I'm hearing that their view is going to be affected by the proposed house. So given that conflicting information, in my mind, I'm thinking, well, there's a solution here where you can still get your same amount of square footage, but not have a second story, or you reduce plate height so that you're not impacting views, or you move where that second floor is so that you're not creating a view issue for your neighbor. So while our purview isn't to protect views, our purview is to make sure that designs are compatible with the neighborhood and to support good neighborly relations. And in this case, what I'm seeing is I'm seeing a residence that has been sort of pulled apart, and the primary portion of this parcel is everything's being pulled apart and kind of maximized up to these property lines or setbacks. We've got a gym way down at one corner, we've got a garage up the other corner, and then we've got the residence that's sort of this long linear construction. And rather than all this sort of being more nestled into one another and a little bit more compact in nature, where it might be a little bit more deferent and respectful of really what is its parent parcel, I don't see that happening. So I'm struggling with that. And, you know, I question whether the home needs to be placed at a lower elevation in order to accomplish some of the things that would be the right thing to do here, or if the home just needs to be brought down to guideline FAR. Those are my initial gut feelings about it. And you know, in terms of more specific issues related to aesthetics and detailing and things of that nature, I think it's too early in the process to go there. But those are my initial thoughts.
All right, thank you. Board Member Klein, what are your comments, please?
Yes. So good neighbor guidelines appear to be executed with the study of neighbor views and thoughtful site planning from the presentation. And I'll reiterate, it's not our purview to protect private views, just public. The project also appears to fit aesthetically with the neighborhood, as far as I can tell with the size, bulk, and scale, and the fit within the topography of the site. In regards to the landscape plan, I know it's still early on, but it's really helpful to have a tree disposition plan that shows existing trees called out and trees to be removed. It also helps so we can see what is currently existing to remain that is blocking the neighbor's view, and also helps with the elevation of the architecture, because I think that that is something that can be called out more clearly. It's also the DBH, the diameter of breast height of the existing oaks and their heights. And then also it's helpful to see the new trees and what their sizes will be. And I know it's early on, but just a list of plants and also the fire zones, it's helpful to see as well. Those are my comments.
All right, thank you. Board Member Motisha, do you have any comments, please?
No, I'll save my comments till we see the design approval.
Okay. Board Member Ziegler, do you have any comments, please?
My comments seem to agree with Ms. Colossus in this case, so I'm just going to let those ride. Thank you.
And I went off blathering myself, so I have no more comments to speak. So they're here for concept review. So who would like to entertain a motion? Ms. Claus? Anybody?
Okay, I'll take a stab at it. Say the well, I'm going to throw it out, and then you guys can pick away at it as you want. Okay, so the board would like the project to return indefinitely to the full board.
So Leslie, can I stop you real quick? I apologize, but I just had a thought. If there is the thought of adding story poles, if that's something you would like to include in your motion, or if you don't think we're ready yet, then that's, but anyway.
Yeah. The board would like the project to return to full board. We'll continue it indefinitely at the discretion of the applicant. The board would like to be assured that the applicant has communicated to the greatest degree possible with all neighbors that may be affected by the project, either during construction or afterwards, with a special emphasis cooperation with the northerly neighbor. And any simulations that could be provided that reinforce that views from that parcel are not affected would be appreciated. The board generally has no concerns about the modernist nature of the home, but would like to see additional detailing and finishes in order to be assured that it will blend well with the environment. The board would like to see a study of how the PV panels will be integrated into the architecture in order to avoid any reflection for neighbors at various times of the year. So I think a study should be done at various times of the year for solar incidence angles related to neighboring parcels specifically. The board would like to see the square footage reduced to guideline square footage. And my specific rationale for that is because the nature and configuration of the parcel, because a large amount of the square footage is dedicated to access. Although this is 95% of maximum guideline and it's an over however many, I think it's the 15,000 square foot threshold, I still think that this is somewhat of a misnomer. The 95% it tends to be deflated from the impact that it will really have on the parcel due to the amount of square footage that is dedicated to access. So the board would like to see the project brought into guideline maximums for the FAR. And the applicant should consider reducing one or both of the plate heights in order to reduce impacts for the view of the northerly neighbor. Those are my comments. That's
All right.
my motion.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Can I clarify on that motion? That is a motion to continue us to project design approval with those comments?
No, I'm continuing you at a conceptual level with those comments. Back to full board.
So I need some clarification about the FAR. Are you saying that the designer or the architect to study reducing the FAR closer to 85%? Is that basically what you're saying?
Yes.
'Cause it's a guideline, it isn't a requirement.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, may I have a roll call, please?
Thank you. Did not catch if someone seconded that motion.
I seconded it.
Thank you. I will start the roll call vote. Vice Chair Kalas,
Yes.
Board Member Klein,
Yes.
Board Member Motisha,
Yes.
Board Member Ziegler,
Yes.
and Chair Miller.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
All right, thank you. Good luck, Mr. Weber.
Yeah, I'm really unpleased with that conversation and with that result. I think that the board has not acknowledged that we are in fact compatible with the neighborhood in size, mass, bulk, and scale, this two-story nature, and we have bent over backwards to accommodate the neighbors' views. I'm very disappointed in the conversation.
The city historian also has already performed a assessment of the existing structure and found it has no merit as a historic resource.
I was advised of that by the historian. That was the information I received when I made the query, just to let you know.
I frankly think the board's
Dan, hold on,
acknowledgement
Dan.
of their efforts is just unacceptable.
Well, wait, Dan, calm down. It's okay. Don't get upset. It's just we need a little more understanding, and that's why I suggest possibly having story polls so that we could actually see it. So, just get a little more clear. I think the design of the house is great, and we'll get through it.
We are going to be revisiting the detail of that motion in detail between now and the next hearing.
Okay, thank you.
All
right, let's stop the conversation. The motion was made, the vote was taken. Let's go move on to the next project.
Say something, please. I don't think story polls are necessary. It is covered very good of what is height and where those heights are. I just think we have comments, and those comments need to be expressed and acted on.
I'm sorry, Joe, can you repeat what you just said? I'm not clear what you said.
I'll say it. I don't think story polls are necessary. The architect has made it very clear of where the building is, how high the building is, what it is interrupting. The neighbors are very aware of what is happening. I think that we, as a board, have expressed some comments and some questions, and we just need our comments and question addressed.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. All right. Let's move on to the next project, please. And then actually, I'd like to suggest we take a 5-minute break. Mr. Hamilton?
Mr. Chair, yes, that sounds like a good idea.
So let's come back at 6:01. Uh, 813 Araguelo Road. This is a continued item for project design approval. Proposal of a 104 square foot first floor addition, 115 square foot roof deck, and an interior remodel to an existing one-story single-family residence. Project includes new retaining walls at the rear of the residence, which will require 14 cubic yards of export. The proposed total of 1,229 square feet of development on a 6,422 square foot lot is 43% of the maximum required floor to lot area ratio. Project design approval is requested. Neighborhood preservation findings and hillside district and slope lot findings are required. The project was last reviewed on September 14th, 2020. Vice Chair Collas, do we have any minutes to read into the record? Please.
I don't know. I would ask staff the same question. I'm happy to read them into if staff can provide them. There we go. Great. Okay, so this item was last seen, I'm looking for the date on here, September 14th, 2020. And the following motion was made. Project was continued indefinitely to the full board with the following comments. 1, please confirm the stepped retaining walls and where they will be located and finished. 2, show the houses on either side of the property and relative distances from the project to address privacy issues. The roof deck could be acceptable if it is located far enough away. And 3, consider making the trash enclosure in the front more attractive or consider relocating it. The motion was made by James, seconded by Motisha, and it carried 7-0. It was unanimous.
All right, thank you. Mr. Mixon, would you like to go through how you address these items, please?
Sure. Thank you, Chairman Miller and the rest of the commissioners. And also Chantel, the landscape architect, is here too. I don't know if she's been made a panelist, but she's joining us as well. I think if you go to sheet 4, I'll just kind of go through each one of these items, how we dealt with it. You can see here the plan on the left is the existing site plan. And the right-hand drawing is our proposed site. You can see at the rear of the residence, those hatched areas are our retaining walls. You can also go to sheet 8 now. It will kind of blow that up. It's more attached to the floor plan. There you go. There's kind of a series of stepped retaining walls that have landscaping in between them and some planters as well. And then if you look at the sections on sheet 12 and 13, it kind of gives you a little more indication of how tall they are and how they kind of set in relationship to the house. There's some steps that traverse up to the upper portion of the yard as well, since the site slopes up towards the rear of the property. The intention is that those would be built out of CMU and be clad in sandstone, with exception, if you go to the next sheet, you can see kind of an elevation that's basically looking towards the back of the property. The upper drawing, it probably tells you a little bit more. There's a plaster on the one behind the fountain, but all the other walls will be sandstone. In terms of, if you go back to sheet 4, I'll talk about the deck in relationship to the neighbors. You can see the neighboring houses on the west. And then there's on the east, there's two houses. There's one on the lower portion of the lot, which is, I think, the 917. I can't quite read that, or 817. And then there's another house that's up behind that one that's north of us. The northern house is you can see on those dimensions if you kind of zoom in on that the right drawing. Is about 20, I think that's 24 feet. I can't quite read that. Yeah, it's about 24 feet to the south. If you were to take the diagonal from kind of our northeast corner of our proposed roof deck to the kind of southwest corner of that residence, it's not dimensioned here, but that's about 29 feet from those corners. And then you can see the 817, the lower residence, we're about 16 feet from the face of that building at that location. So, I mean, we feel that they're adequately separated. We have a pretty tight lot here, but this terrace would allow for them to have some ocean views over the top of the residence and provide a nice connection to their rear yard as well. Moving on to the trash enclosure, that's on sheet 4. Also, we can look at that. You can see on the lower portion, if you want to zoom in there, yeah, perfect. There's an existing retaining wall that's along that front property line there, and then there's quite a large landscaped medium between the curb line and that retaining wall existing. There's an existing tree there that's adjacent to the driveway that's indicated. And then right at the corner of the property line, there's that kind of bunching of landscaping that I've kind of roughly shown there. That's a group of agaves that are on the neighbor's property that kind of spill over that wall and are on that lower medium. We can look at some photos too that were attached as well. But while we're here, we're also proposing to kind of re-landscape that front median, provide just a kind of a simple wood, rough sawn cedar enclosure. And then that would be stained the same dark brown color that the trellis is on the house at the front of the house, and then provide simple access. We kind of went back and forth with the trash planning review. The trash currently, I think when we saw you guys last, the trash was located just kind of at the front next to the steps before. Since that time, the trash, that little plastic enclosure was removed and the trash has been located up at the house and been that way ever since our last meeting. However, the trash planning review will not allow us to negotiate stairs. So this is what we're proposing to do. We've met with Public Works about this location, and they are perfectly okay with us locating it there in that medium between the street and the front retaining wall of the house, or the property, I should say. So Chantel, I don't know if you want to address the landscaping.
I just started talking and realized I was on mute. Yes, if we can go to my landscape sheets. Go through those.
Sorry for the interruption. Just during this brief pause, I want to note that I started a 15-minute timer at 6:07, so you've got about 8.5 minutes left on presentation time. Thank you.
There's a rough elevation. Well, Chantal is waiting to do that. There, I have on sheet 11, if we want to go back to look at that enclosure and elevation from the street, I have that on sheet 11. So just right there, actually. So you can kind of see that's a very crude grouping of agaves, kind of trying to illustrate there on the side of the property line. of the neighbors. And then we're proposing to, with what Chantel's proposing with the landscape in front of our enclosure that will just kind of slightly peek up above the landscaping they're proposing. So anyway, I'll shut up now.
That's, yeah, let's go to my landscape plan. We can just skip over to the planting plan, which is the next sheet. So I will talk to you guys a little bit about the planting for in front of the trash enclosure that Kent had just mentioned. So we kind of wanted to keep it really simple and water wise and bring in some color as well. So we have for taller plantings to kind of screen the trash enclosure, we have the lion's tail, which is the orange color plant that is on the third row, as well as Chondropetalum, which is the second plant right next to it. And in front of that, to kind of keep visibility, we went with like lower grasses and some succulents as well in the front. And also where you can see where the water meter and the utilities are, we do kind of have a little gravel strip there just for cars to come in and out and have like a little walkway there. And then I do have the agave shown that Kent had mentioned on the neighbor's side, which kind of feeds into our little planting area as well. And since we're here, I'll kind of go through the backyard plantings as well to kind of address what I'm proposing around the new walls. So like I said, we wanted to keep it really simple and colorful and kind of complement the Mediterranean feel of the architecture. So we have proposed some agaves, kangaroo paws, and some perennial grasses. We do have a hedge along the perimeter to help with privacy screening from the neighbors, as well as 2 new olive trees, as you can see, kind of flanking either side of the yard to kind of help with screening the neighbors as well and provide some shade. There is, for the walkway kind of around the house along the front of the walls, we do have some flagstones, stepping stones, and we are proposing Diamondia through those. And, I have other sheets as well as a light, like a landscape lighting plan. I can kind of show you what we're proposing for that too. And that's the sheet right before this.
I'm sorry, could you repeat which page would you like me to?
It's the sheet right before this one. So I think it's number 25. Sorry, actually a few before this. I think it's sheet 23, or if you keep going. Okay, so for the landscape lighting, we wanted to keep it really minimal. It was just for safety. We have a few path lights. They're hooded and night sky friendly. It's just to kind of for wayfinding in the backyard where we are proposing the new walls. And the rest of my sheets are just details and an irrigation plan if you guys wanted to see those. You hear me?
Yes, Ms. Vo. Yeah, if you want to just scroll through the plans really quick just to show the board the full presentation, and then.
Yeah, so if you go to the plan before that, it's an irrigation plan. So we're just kind of the irrigation plan is just for the area, the new areas that we're proposing. For the front, there is already irrigation, so we are not going to change anything for the front by the trash enclosure. The next sheet is irrigation details. The next sheet, kind of a hardscape plan. As Kent had mentioned, he kind of told you about the materials for the walls already. The material for the patio, we are proposing this concrete RTO tile, which is kind of like a saltillo tile that looks like that, just to keep with the Mediterranean feel of the house. And the flagstone stepping stones are going to be a Fossil Creek, which is a nice light tan to match what's existing in the front yard. And the gravel will be a gold color gravel. The next sheet. The planting plan I went through, if you can skip to the next sheet. Just planting details and the landscape compliance requirements.
So I think that's
it.
Yeah. Is that the conclusion of your presentation?
Yes, thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Hamilton, did we get any public comment?
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. And if you're attending by webinar and would like to give oral public comment, please follow the instructions on screen. And we'll wait for hands to raise. Ms. Fennessy, did we receive any written correspondence regarding this project?
Thank you, Mr. Hamilton. We did not receive any written correspondence for this project. And I do not see any hands raised, so back to you.
All right, Mr. Chair, no hands raised at this time, so we can close public comment.
Thank you. I drank too much coffee. All right, bring it back to Chair for questions. Vice Chair Kalas, are you there?
I am here. Do you
Yay.
not see me?
No, I don't.
Oh.
You're being mysterious.
Can anybody else on the board see me?
Yeah,
I can see you.
Okay.
That's interesting. Oh, there you are. Okay.
Okay. I think there was an elevation that showed sort of a side view of the access up to the deck. We could find that real quickly.
Yeah, that was probably on 13, I'm thinking. 12, or actually maybe 12.
Oh.
Or there, you can see that in the section there as well.
This is a good sheet. So is the intention for the addition and the deck above it to be plastered to match the existing residence? I think I saw a rendering
Yes.
that illustrated that.
Yeah.
Okay, and then the arched stair that forms sort of this arched passageway below, is that also going to be plaster, or is that going to pick up the sandstone facing?
That'll be plaster as well.
Okay. And then the only other question that I had was the proposed height of the trash enclosure at the front.
The height of it, I'm sorry, is that what you
Yes.
said?
Yes.
5 feet is what's required, the minimum that's required. So that's what we're proposing.
And do you happen to know what the height of that existing sandstone wall is that it'll abut?
I could tell you here real quick.
It looks like it's about 3 feet, maybe.
I think that's roughly about what it is. The agaves that are on the neighbor's property that spill over that wall at the lower flat level where this structure enclosure is proposed are 5 feet tall right now, kind of at that front leading edge. So just for reference.
Okay. Those are the only questions that I had, Chair Miller.
All right, thank you. Board Member Ara Kelly, do you have any questions, please?
No questions.
Thank you. Board Member Motisha, do you have any questions, please?
No questions.
Okay, Board Member Ziegler, do you have any questions?
No questions.
Thank you. And I have none at this time either, so we'll bring it back for comments. Vice Chair Kalas, do you have any comments, please?
No, I think it's a very modest project. I don't think it's going to really be visible from the street. I did review the old meeting minutes and drawings from the last time this was presented, just to have that on record. And I'm not concerned about privacy issues with neighbor based on the distances that were illustrated in the drawings. I think it's unfortunate that the trash enclosure can't be slightly shorter. It would be nice to be able to see it integrated more into the sandstone wall at the front, but I understand that that's a requirement from the city and that the applicant's hands are somewhat tied. I think that the screening being provided is a good opportunity to sort of make it go away.
Okay, thank you. Board Member Ara Kelly, do you have any comments, please?
I would like to speak on the record that I have reviewed the previous the previous motion, the previous plan set, and the previous recording. I believe the proposed changes are aesthetically appropriate, and I am in support of this project going to PDA. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Board Member Motisha, do you have any comments, please?
Yes, I think it is well hidden, meets our guidelines, and it's a very small project, so I support it completely. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Board Member Ziegler, do you have any comments, please?
No comments. Thank you.
All right, I have no comments neither, or either. So would someone like to entertain a motion? They are here for project design approval, if that is a motion you would like to give.
And or final.
And or final.
Yeah.
I just have to ask, Mr. Hamilton, can we include final in this motion? Is it appropriate? If that's
Chair Miller and board members, the project is only scheduled and agendized for project design approval, so it would need to wait to a later hearing to get final. You could indicate that final would be appropriate on consent if you wish, and then it could potentially be scheduled sooner for final. But
all right,
it's only eligible for PDA today.
Okay. With that being said, who would like to entertain a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Okay.
I make a motion that we give this project design approval, and would like it to come back in front of consent as soon as you can schedule it for final approval. Yeah.
May I go through all this stuff?
Yeah. Natural topography protection is significant, and in the proposal, building scale is visual appearance of building scale is good. Consistency and appearance with the character of the city is consistent with the scenic character of the city. Compatibility with proposed size, bulk, and scale is appropriate. Quality of architecture and materials are proposed. No trees are significantly that's good. Hunting for my words. Health, safety, and welfare are appropriate and protected. Good neighbor guidelines. Haven't heard, but nobody objected. That's fine. And no public views were interrupted. Thank you.
Yeah, more.
Grading. Now we grading.
Mr. Hamilton, just to confirm, are these, it says slope lot findings are required for this project as well. Oh, these are not the slope lot findings. Let me look for that slide just a moment.
Ms. Rydell, I think we've gone through all the applicable findings. The grading findings don't apply to this project. It's only the neighborhood preservation and the hillside and slope lot findings. And Mr. Motisha read through the hillside findings first and then the NPO findings second. So I think we're ready for a second, if there is one.
All right. May I have a second, please?
Second.
All right, thank you. May I have a roll call, please?
Thank you. I'll start the roll call vote. Vice Chair Kalas.
Yes.
Board Member Arakelian.
Yes.
Board Member Motisha.
Yes.
Board Member Ziegler.
Yes.
And Chair Miller.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Great. Thank you, guys.
You're welcome. And there's a 10-day appeal period for this project.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to item 5. We're only a half hour behind schedule. That's yay. 347 Salida del Sol. This is a continued in progress review. This is a proposal for 529 square foot first story addition and a new 695 square foot second story addition to an existing 2,074 square foot single story residence, as well as a 66 square foot reduction to the existing 575 square foot garage. The proposed 3,232 square feet of development on a 10,982 square foot lot is 84% of the maximum guideline Florida lot area ratio. A staff memo has been prepared for this project. No final appeal action will be taken at this hearing. An in-progress review is requested due to the elimination of the second floor balcony on the south elevation and changes to the south-facing loft window, the west-facing loft window, and the south-facing bathroom window. The project received project design approval PDA on August 2nd, 2021. The PDA was appealed by the City Council on October 12th, 2021. Council denied the appeal and upheld the PDA. The project was last reviewed by SFDB on August 2nd, 2021. Do we have minutes from the previous meeting that we could read into the minutes?
Chair Miller, I'd like to inquire with staff as to whether
Sure.
I should recuse myself from this item or not. I was not present for the last review that we had on this prior to the appeal.
Did you
And-
review the minutes or the video?
I have not.
Okay.
Ms.
And I would like to do the same.
Yes, Mr. Chair and Vice Chair Colossus and Board Member Arakelian, if you didn't review the minutes in the video from the last hearing, then you should probably step down in order to avoid a Brown Act, or I'm sorry, you should step down from this item.
Okay. I will do so then. I was absent at that last hearing, and I apologize for not having done so, Chair Miller.
Yeah, I'm kind of disappointed. I'm so regret that neither one of you are able to do this. Okay, so that being said, do we have public comment, Mr. Hamilton?
Well, do you
And-
still have a quorum?
Yeah, that's a good question. Do I have
And
one?
let's see here. So, and just to clarify that last comment, you don't need to fully recuse yourself from this item, but if you weren't present, you shouldn't comment or vote on a motion. So, so that's a clarification. I believe, and Ms. Vinzueta can correct me if I'm wrong, a quorum is 4 members, one of whom is a licensed architect. So I believe you'd have that with Mr. Motisha.
Yes.
Um,
and Board Member Katie Klein.
Yes, so we have Miller, Klein, Motisha, and Ziegler. So that would constitute a quorum.
Yes, and Mr. Chair and board members, and this is an in-progress review, so it won't require an action, a motion with comments, but no action until it comes back to you for final.
Okay, so comments only.
Yes.
All right, thank you, Ms. Vinzueta.
Brian, I'd like to make a comment that I was present at the City Council appeal meeting.
Okay.
And I on Zoom, and I did participate. And if anybody has any questions, they can ask me about the appeal.
Okay, thank you. So, Board Member Klein, can you please, for the record, read into the minutes the motion from the last meeting?
Sure.
I'm going to sign off, Mr. Miller.
Okay. You're not going to review you can watch it. You just can't comment on
Okay.
it.
Okay, I'll sit in then. That's fine.
Okay, great. Thank you. I prefer that for both you and Mr. Arakelian to observe.
The previous motion for project design approval was for project design approval to return to the full board for final approval with the following comments: that the neighborhood preservation ordinance criteria had been met, the proposed development is consistent with the scenic character of the city and the existing neighborhood and materials and general style. The proposed development is compatible with the neighborhood in size, bulk, and scale, and location of the addition was studied appropriately. The proposed buildings and structures are designed with quality architectural materials. Materials and colors maintain the natural appearance of the ridgeline or hillside. When the project returns for final, the board would like to see details of windows and any color boards and permeable pavers. The proposed project does not include the removal of significantly impact any designated specimen tree or significant tree. The public health, safety, and welfare are protected. The project generally complies with the Good Neighbor guidelines. The development, including proposed structures, grading preserves significant public views of and from the hillside.
You have can you read into the record who voted for it and who against this motion, please?
Yes, Klein, I made the motion, Motisha seconded.
I have a comment, Brian. I think if I'm reading this right, they did come before us for project design approval on August 2nd. And are these the comments that Katie just read? Are those the comments on that? Are those the comments previous to that? Because we gave them project design approval on August the 2nd, and then they appealed it.
Correct.
Yes.
So I voted against this motion, and the neighbors appealed it, and it went before the city council, and their appeal was denied. So they're here before us for comments only, and I believe at this point, Mr. Hamilton, we need public input. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair, thank you. And just to clarify for Board Member Motisha, these are the August 2nd, 2021 minutes you're seeing here. So I believe at this point we should have a presentation from the applicant. We have Jeff Hornbuckle here.
Oh, of course.
To go explain the changes and show what they're doing. And then we'll have a time for public comment.
Okay.
Okay, let me add another question. They went and appealed it before we gave them design approval. Why would they appeal it before we must have given them design approval, and then they appealed that, and the appeal was turned down. So now they're in front of us to, I guess, ratify it.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
If I may clarify.
Please.
The project was granted project design approval by your board on August 2nd. It was appealed to the city council, and subsequently the city council upheld your approval or your project design approval. So this project now has project design approval per the city council with some comments or changes that they wanted made to the project. And that's why the applicant is before you today, to bring those changes to you in this in-progress review before they come back to you for final.
Do we have a list of those things that the city council requires so we can address those?
Yes, they were in the memo. If we have the memo available, it will be there.
Okay, because that's what we're looking at today. They already have design approval. We're looking at the changes that the city council would, and there's a couple of them that they requested.
That's correct.
Okay, scroll back up. I think you passed it. I don't. There, those items 1 through 4. Is that correct?
I can't read it, so I don't know.
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
So, Mr. Motisha, if you look at number 1, the bedroom and loft windows on the south elevation of the proposed second-story addition shall not include balconies. Number 2, the loft window on the south elevation of the proposed second-story addition shall have a minimum sill height of 42 inches. Number 3, the bathroom window on the south elevation of the proposed second-story addition shall have a minimum sill height of 36 inches. Number 4, the windows on the west elevation of the proposed second-story addition shall have a minimum of sill height of 60 inches. So, Mr. and Ms. Nzueta, those are the 4 items we need to focus on. Is that correct?
Yes.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. Yes, that is correct. Those are the
Okay.
4 items that they changed. And so that is what the applicant will be addressing with you this evening.
Okay, perfect. So if the applicant is here, could you please show us how you address these items?
Yes, can you guys hear me okay?
Yes. Hello, Mr.
Yes.
Hornbuckle. Yes.
Good evening. Thank you. This is Jeff Hornbuckle, project architect with the Cornell Collective. I know we are running a little behind schedule, so I promise to make this brief.
Okay, thank you.
So just very quickly, this was last reviewed by the Single Family Design Board on August 12th of this year, and we received preliminary design approval. The project was subsequently appealed by the neighbors and went to City Council on October 12th of this year. Council denied the appeal by a unanimous vote of 7-0 with the following comments. 1 was no balconies on the south elevation. 2 was that the loft windowsill height be a minimum of 42 inches. The bathroom windowsill height a minimum of 36 inches. And the loft window on the west elevation have a sill height of a minimum of 60 inches. So just very briefly to kind of recap where we're at, if we skip to page 5, please. So this is the site plan. So if we want to zoom in there on that site plan. So this is an existing single family home up on the mesa, and we are expanding into the existing driveway there with a new garage.
Mr. Hornbuckle, I don't need to interrupt you, but could you just please specifically address those 4 items as how you...
Absolutely.
You don't need to explain the plans.
A quick refresher.
You don't need that. You don't need that. It's already
Absolutely.
been approved.
Great. Let's go to page 9, please. Even shorter and sweeter.
Yeah.
A little spice.
Page 9, please. Which is
sorry for the interruption, Mr. Chair, board members, Mr. Hornbuckle. I think the computer that is showing these plans has shut down, so sorry about that. I'm going to do my best to get them on my computer, but there's going to be just a brief pause while we do that.
Okay.
There's no way for me to share them?
Unfortunately not. We'll get them on quick though.
Okay.
One day we'll come back to real meetings and real people and...
I can't wait.
I know.
Throw bricks at each other.
Yeah.
Oh, God. Oh, geez.
It would solve a lot of problems for people that struggle with this format, for sure.
Yep.
Yeah, me.
So while we're waiting,
Yes.
just to be clear, that we have made no other revisions aside from those 4 items
Okay.
per the city council. So I'd just like to review those with you here today, get your comments, so that we can proceed, accordingly toward final design review approval.
Yeah, that's why I wanted you to only address those 4 items, because
sure, yeah,
everything
no.
else was approved. So
I was just going to give you guys a quick refresher to understand
Don't
what
need a
we're
refresh.
saying, but okay, great.
yeah.
We'll refresh with dinner tonight. I'll make a comment. The city council was very, they were, I'm always kind of words. They wanted to follow our direction. They asked good questions, but they really wanted to follow our direction with which was very nice to go to one of those meetings and see that the city council says, "Oh, single family design board is doing a good job."
Okay, so Mr. Hamilton, if you want to skip to page 9 of the PDF. And then center that upper left-hand view, the south elevation.
Right there.
Yeah. Okay, so on the second floor on the left-hand side, that large window previously had a balcony in front of it, and it was, that balcony was removed as requested by the city council. That window was also reduced in width from 8 feet to 6 feet. That was not a requirement of the city council, but we felt that reducing it would be helpful. The city council also asked that the sill of that window be a minimum of 42 inches above the finished floor. So what we've shown here is that there is a mullion at 42 inches, which you can see is dimensioned there. So the glass above that 42-inch line is clear glass, and the glass below that is opaque. It will be an opaque privacy glass. And the purpose for that is really to allow light into that space, yet still provide the privacy that the city council was asking for. And then moving on to the window in the middle on the second floor, that is the bathroom window. So that sill has been raised to 3 feet as requested by the city council. We also reduced the width of that window from 8 feet to 6 feet. That was not required by city council, but again, we felt that was appropriate. And then if we go to the west elevation, which I believe is in the bottom right. Yeah. So that second floor window on the right, on the second floor, that sill was raised 6 inches to a minimum height of 60 inches above the finished floor. And that was requested by the city council. So those were the 4 changes that were made to the project as a result of the city council meeting. We'd appreciate your comments and look forward to moving this on toward final approval.
All right, thank you. Mr. Hamilton, did we get public comment?
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry about the pause there. All right, it looks like Ms. Rydell's back on. Thank you, Ms. Rydell. So if you're in attendance by webinar and you'd like to give oral public comment, please follow the instructions on screen. And while we wait for hands to raise, Ms. Fennessy, do we receive any written correspondence?
Thank you. We received 3 public comment letters that were distributed to the board prior to this meeting. And I do see 1 hand raised by Jim Aoki. I will send you an unmute request, and when you're ready, you have 2 minutes to speak.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes. Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, speak up.
Is there any way you could pull up page 9, the south elevation? So the members can see it one more time?
Go ahead and make your presentation, you speak, and then we'll pull it.
Okay. So I'm one of the appellants, and we had a meeting and we went over the design. The south elevation, item number 2, the loft window on the south elevation of the proposed second-story addition shall have a minimum sill height of 42 inches. There is no window sill on that loft window, item number 2. It's a window from the top all the way down to this interior floor of that room. A sill is defined as the bottom of the window with construction down below being wood, concrete, or stone. And if you look at the bathroom window, there is a window sill there. But if you look at the loft window, it should be 42 inches from the interior floor up to the window that supports the window. That is not a window sill. That is a window that goes all the way down to the floor. It's not a window sill. And that's what the item that the city council wanted done is item number 2. So I'd like you to have the applicants go back and change that and make the agreement that they made to the city council to make this change, to put a window sill in that loft room. And that's our only comment.
Thank you.
All right, we're having additional technical difficulties here. Mr. Hamilton lost audio, so I will be concluding public comment, but it does not look like we have any more attendees in the audience with their hands raised. So I will turn it back over to you, Mr. Chair.
All right, I'll bring it back to the board for questions. Board Member Klein, do you have any questions, please?
No questions.
Board Member Motisha, do you have any questions?
Yes, Mr. Hornbuckle. Why did you not follow the city council's direction? It is obvious that you didn't, and you are here asking for us to give this approval. And I, for one, after listening to the city council, cannot give you approval. So you're pushing this project even farther. Thank you.
Is that a comment or a question?
That's a question. Why did you not follow the city council's recommendation and requirement?
Sure. So the city council's comment was made in order to, provide privacy
No, assuming
from the neighbors. Excuse me?
You're assuming something. The city council specifically, and I remember the female, I forgot her name, who made the 4, I think 3 or 4 requests, and her request was to put that window sill at 42 inches, not a mullion.
So it was Councilmember Jordan who made the comment to remove the balcony and to place the sill at 42 inches. So what we've shown is the window mullion at 42 inches with opaque privacy glazing below 42 inches for privacy. It's really just that the purpose of it is to allow light into that space, yet still provide privacy if it were solid wall up to 42 inches. And frankly, I feel that the elevation looks better with that window coming down below 42 inches. Now, obviously this is what why we're here to review this with you all. If you feel strongly that it's not appropriate to have, privacy glass below 42 inches and it doesn't meet the intent of the council's comments, then, we will have to remove it. But, frankly, I believe that this solution meets their requirements. It provides privacy, yet it still allows, additional light into that space, which is going to make it a much, nicer space for the homeowners, for the, longevity of the time that they live in this home. So
right,
I hope you can understand the reason.
All right, Mr. Hoba, I appreciate your answer. I got to move on here. Thank you. Board Member Ziegler, do you have any questions, please?
No questions.
Okay, I have no questions either, so I'll move it back to the board for comments. Board Member Klein, do you have any comments, please?
just that I'm in support of the additions that have been made or the changes that have been made per City Council's comments. And I think I just want to also comment that design is a process, and you know, they've come through the process, and you know, it's not black and white. There's gray areas and there's creativity to create those design solutions, and they are still providing privacy with the opacity. So I'm in support of the design as is with the window.
All right, thank you. Board Member Motisha, do you have comments?
Yes, again, I remember exactly what, and it was Mr. Jordan that made the comment, but wasn't him who they recorded the comments from. And it was a female, and she asked for the sill heights of the windows to be, at that window, to be 42 inches. I will not support this project with that window going all the way down. There is enough light coming into that bedroom with the windows on, I think the windows on two sides, at least two sides. There's enough light in there to fry a chicken. And I think it was appealed. The City Council made their recommendation. I mean, we need to support the City Council too. The City Council made their recommendation with these 4 requests, and they were very reasonable. And the neighbors saw fit or went ahead with this denial of appeal based on what the City Council did. And now we're back with a window that potentially, if a duck quacks, it could quack. That window could be all the way down, and it's no reason to have that window down if it's opaque. It's not light. There's no light coming in an opaque window. And you're talking, Mr.
Yeah, I think we got your point.
About a window that doesn't let any light in.
I beg to differ that light does not come through an opaque window.
Yeah, we get your feel. We get where you're coming from, Joe. I appreciate it.
There's a difference between opacity and translucence.
Okay. Mr. Ziegler, do you have any comments, please?
No, I don't have any comments.
Okay, my comments are, yeah, I was one that voted against this project. I felt that our board didn't truly represent the neighbors. I have to say on record that I got several neighbors who sent me emails requesting that I, do stuff, but I was told by city to keep my mouth shut and not be involved. So I apologize for all the neighbors that contacted me because it's just not appropriate. It would have violated the Brown Act. However, now that I'm in public record, I could say I still felt that this design did not support our neighbor guidelines in terms of the size, bulk, and scale next to the neighbor. However, it was approved, it was appealed, the appeal was denied, and I agree with Mr. Motisha that the sill of that particular window needs to be at 42 inches and it can't have any kind of glazing whatsoever. And I think that's what the designer wants. He wants feedback. He doesn't want us to debate him. He just wants to say he made his argument as to why he made it opaque. But I would say that in this particular case, it was a specific requirement from the City Council that it be a solid sill with no window whatsoever, no type of fenestration. So I would support that it be a solid wall rather than some type of glass material. With that being said, would someone like to entertain a motion for this? It should be very simple. It's just a comment.
I will make a motion that we I'd like to give this.
But just comment on
Yes, I understand. Let me stutter through it.
Okay.
If I quit, then you can take over, Brian. I would like to make a comment that a motion that we comment that we give this project approval with a 42-inch sill at that window that's in question and give it, I'm not too sure what to call this motion, but give the motion that we approve the appeal. We approved the appeal that the city had, and we approved their comments. And with those comments, as stated, yes, I would like to have this motion given. That's my motion. I don't need to say any more.
Ms. Fennessy, can you read back the motion, please?
Sorry, I kind of mixed that up, but
Well, I think it should be just specific that anyway, maybe I should help with this motion.
please do. Thank you.
So I would say that the board approves the designs with the following comments: that we support the city council's recommendations, and that the particular recommendation for that one item, and if you could bring up the minutes, please. Everyone's having computer problems. Okay. Now I want the minutes from the board of directors or the city council, not ours.
Mr. Chair, you want the memo? Yes.
Yes, thank you. So the board requests that on item number, was it number 2? That the loft of the window of the south elevation of the proposed second story addition shall have a minimum sill height of 42. To be more specific, that the sill shall be of solid material and not of any type of glass glazing. How's that sound?
Sounds good to me.
Mr. Motisha?
Thank you, Brian.
Okay. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you. Can I have a roll call, please?
Still height, yes.
Thank you. I'll start the roll call vote. Vice Chair Kalas abstains.
Yes.
Board Member Arakelian abstains. Board Member Klein.
Can I clarify, is it going back for final?
No,
Okay,
no, we're
this is final.
No.
No.
Board Member Klein, Mr. Chair, sorry for the interruption.
Sure.
This is here for an in-progress review, just for comments on these 4 items only. So, Mr. Chair, your motion was appropriate, and if you want to continue it for final approval, this is when you would do that.
Oh, I moved it that this project be presented before the consent count for the next consent meeting. Come back at consent.
I'll say yes now.
Does the seconder agree with that?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Ms. Fennessy, if you want to continue the roll call, I guess.
And Ms. Fennessy, it should be a new roll call since the motion changed.
Thank you. So I'll start the new roll call. Vice Chair Kalas abstains. Board Member Arakelian abstains. Board Member Klein.
Yes.
Board Member Motisha.
Yes.
Board Member Ziegler.
Yes.
And Chair Miller.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
All right, thank you.
Dinner time.
Thank you all. I appreciate your time. I appreciate your
thank you.
comments. I appreciate your comments, Mr. Miller.
Sure, you're welcome.
Thanks all. Have a good evening.
All right, have a great evening. With
Mr.
that, I
Chair?
just, yes, Miss Nzueda.
Oh, did you have something to say? I just wanted to say one.
I do. I just want to say thank you for your service. You're retiring, and we're going to miss you, and I hope you have a great retirement.
Thank you so much. And I just wanted to say that I've been honored to be part of your staff. And I hope that our paths cross again in the future.
I certainly do too. I hope
May
so
I,
too.
may I make a comment too?
Sure.
Nothing controversial. I think on our on project 3, and I know this happens without us even knowing it. They spent 99% of their time discussing something that was cut and dry with us. And I know we have to listen to them, but they put in over 30 minutes of a presentation that wasn't necessary.
Mr. Chair, we're still being televised and recorded.
So I think there will be more. I think the city needs is working on having that timer be more present. So yes.
Yeah, well, they like I said, even 15 minutes of something that was just cut and dry with
All
our
right.
board.
Got it. Thank you. So with that being said, I want to adjourn this meeting. Thank you guys. Have a great night.
Thanks.
Thank you. Congratulations, Irma.
Yes, Irma.